Okay, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account Technical Review meetings. This is day one of two. We have our advisory committee here with us to help our applicants review their projects and get them some feedback. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. And first up, we have City of Anacortes. So hang on just 1 minute and I'll get your PowerPoint pulled up for you. Okay. All right, Nicole, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. And I can advance slides for you or pass you controls, whatever your preference is.
Okay, you can just give me control.
Okay, great. Find you. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen, and that should activate it for you.
Okay. Great.
All right. Well,
Okay.
whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Okay, great. Like Carl said, my name is Nicole Johnston, and I'm the Parks Manager for the City of Anacortes Parks and Rec Department. And this morning, I'm going to talk to you guys about the Ship Harbor Shoreline Restoration Project. I wanted to highlight that this project is not just the City of Anacortes, it's a collaboration with the Samish Indian Nation and the Port of Anacortes as well. The Ship Harbor Restoration Project is a development project located in Anacortes, Washington, which is on Fidalgo Island. We are located in Skagit County, which is in the northwest region of Washington State. Project site is located within the Ship Harbor Interpretive Preserve. Part of the preserve is on the Port of Anacortes property, and the project is also adjacent to the San Juan Island Ferry Terminal. On this site, there is 25 acres of wetland, 5 acres of upland habitat, 2,000 feet of sandy beach, a trail system that consists of boardwalk and gravel. And in the area circled in red on this map, this is the exact location of the project site that I'll be talking about today. Existing site conditions is that there's a boardwalk that goes through the wetland. And right now there's a 100-foot section of the boardwalk that was damaged by a storm in 2022. Adjacent to the ferry terminal upland of the wetland, there is social trails that lead down to various points from the shoreline that's coming from the ferry terminal. The primary recreation at this site is walking, wildlife viewing, bird watching, environmental education, and just access to the beach. Project development goals is one, to rebuild that damaged section of the boardwalk so that's elevated to account for sea level rise and cultural resources. Two is to build a new ADA platform coming from the ferry terminal down to the beach to a view and platform with educational signs and also stairs that will get the visitors from that platform down to the beach. By doing this, not only will we protect the wetland area, but we will improve access to the shoreline. Question one, how well does this project improve public access to the aquatic lands? The project will provide new opportunities to access the water by developing a new ADA pathway to a view and platform. And rebuilding that damaged section of the boardwalk will reconnect the boardwalk that goes through the wetland. We will increase public awareness of the aquatic lands by creating new educational signs in collaboration with the Samish Indian Nation and the Port of Anacortes. The environmental benefits of this project will be significant. Environmental benefits of this project. The storm damage created a new tidal channel between the wetlands and the beach, and this altered the site's hydrology. The breach now fills during high tides mixed with fresh and salt water. And as more water comes in, it is eroding the front of the beach. So this damage has highlighted the vulnerability of the aging boardwalk, and it's time to provide a resilient, environmentally sensitive replacement that maintains public access while also respecting the shoreline conditions. Question 2, fit with protection goals. How well does this project fit with goals to enhance and improve and protect the aquatic lands? The project is designed to minimize ecological impacts to Ship Harbor wetland by concentrating public access on a designated ADA pathway and elevated boardwalk structures. These improvements will reduce damage from informal social trails, protect native vegetation and wildlife habitat, maintain natural wetland hydrology, and support long-term shoreline resilience while improving public access and visitor experience. Question 3 is to describe the need for new or improved recreation facilities and how it is known. In the Anacortes Shoreline Master Plan, it states that we are to provide a balance of active recreational and passive open spaces. In the Anacortes Comp Plan policy, we are to develop a recreation and wildlife corridor along the Guaymas Channel with links to other natural areas, including the Ship Harbor Boardwalk. A description of gaps in access is that the site lacks ADA access to the Ship Harbor Beach. There's also no connection from either side of the damaged boardwalk during a high tide. The project has been identified as an important priority to our community. The location alone of it being next to the Washington State Ferry Terminal, we just need to improve how the visitors access the shore. And it's also important to protect the wetland and the cultural resources. Question 4 is, what is the need for this project and how will this project address the need for protection and enhancement priorities? The Shoreline Master Plan addresses the Ship Harbor area and policies for park and recreation facilities, shoreline access, and multi-use trails. The project enhances protection efforts in the watershed by restoring natural shoreline process, enhanced habitat for fish and wildlife, and increased resilience to sea level and storms that protect the sensitive areas. The project is also supported in a cultural resource study and research done by the Samish Indian Nation that we will continue to work with to ensure that we protect the cultural resources at this project site. Need for protection. How is the project referenced in the action agenda developed by the Puget Sound Partnership? The Ship Harbor Boardwalk project advances the Project Sound Partnership Action agenda by supporting shoreline resilience, habitat protection, climate adaptation, public access objectives within the Puget Sound Basin. Question 5 is project scope and public access. What is being proposed, again, is to replace a 100-foot section of the boardwalk so that it will be elevated. Build a new ADA pathway down to a view and platform. Stairs or a ramp will be included in this phase as well. We will work close with the Samish to make sure we avoid any cultural shell middens. The recreation opportunities that this project will provide, again, are walking, wildlife viewing, bird watching, and just access to the beach. Making these improvements to the area will only enhance the outdoor recreation opportunities that we are wanting to see down at Ship Harbor. Question 6 is suitability for protection. How well is the site suited for the intended use? The site already has an existing boardwalk that takes you through the wetland near the shore, and social trails already exist from the ferry terminal down to the beach, and it's just time to improve them. The historical site of Ship Harbor is significant. From time immemorial, the Samish Indian Nation has used the site for fishing, and salmon canneries operated there over 100 years ago. Current human use of this site is that visitors walk on the boardwalk until they are forced to turn around due to the damage during a high tide. The steps to avoid mitigate adverse impacts to the site once it's developed is that we will have the Samish archaeologists monitor during all the ground disturbance activities during the project. This site we feel is unique and provides a one of a kind experience. It's one of the few sandy beaches on Fidalgo Island that is open to the public. Ship Harbor Boardwalk site is part of a continuous ecological landscape at the shoreline scale. It connects functionality to nearby conservation and restoration areas that collectively support the same coastal process, shoreline habitat, estuarine functions, nearshore biology productivity. Question 8 is to describe how the design aligns with needs, location, and project scope. The boardwalk we are replacing is within the same footprint as before. Essentially, we did not want to go any further into the wetland. We also didn't want to go we did not want to go closer to the shoreline. A new paved path to a view and platform will be ADA. Mitigation of public use impacts is that we will protect cultural resources, protect the wetland, and have educational signs at the new viewing platform. Design fit. So this is a 15% engineering design that aligns well with the project's goal of keeping the visitors out of the wetland by rebuilding that damaged section of the boardwalk and including a new ADA platform. The directional arrows on this design show you the exact spots where we are planning to make those improvements. And I also pointed out where the Washington ferry lanes are for parking. Question 9 is to provide an overview of the project budget and how the cost estimate was determined. To develop the cost estimate, the city hired Gray Osborne engineers to develop the 15% engineering plans and budget for this phase of the project. To get construction ready, we will meet with the city and Anacortes Planning Department, start the process of all the permitting, which will include a building permit, an HPA, a SEPA, a shoreline substantial development permit. We will then hire Gray Osborne to develop engineer plans that are 100% and ready to go to bid. More on the project design budget overview. Here are a few details that I just wanted to talk about is the boardwalk and the pathway. The boardwalk foundation we will use is diamond pier footings. Diamond piers are considered permanent foundations that could last up to 100 years. The boardwalk structure will be built from pressure-treated wood. There's 2 walking surfaces being considered for this project. For the boardwalk, a combination of pressure-treated wood planks and fiber-reinforced plastic grating. The grating allows for a higher percentage of open area, allowing sunlight and rainfall to reach the plants directly below the boardwalk. A wood frame guardrail will be used for the boardwalk handrail. For the ADA ramp to the viewing platform, we will be using asphalt as that is the cheapest option, and that will require a small retaining wall and local grading to the hillside to achieve the desired pathway profile. We will do wetland planting and include educational signs at the viewing platform. Question 10, restoration design and viability. How will this site be treated to establish the desired ecological process and functions? For replanting, we will collab with the Samish and the Department of Natural Resources, reduce shoreline disturbance and erosion, and protect the native vegetation and the conditions of the wetland. How will the site be managed over time to maintain the desired ecological functions? The city of Anacortes will maintain the project site in collaboration with the Port of Anacortes and the Samish Indian Nation. Our joint efforts will help keep the project site protected and maintained for our community and the many visitors. Question 11 addresses the project engagement methods. I feel like the community has had several opportunities to weigh in on this project. We had a special park board meeting where many of us talked about the many projects that we're doing right now with the city, and one of them was SHIP. And the number one feedback that I heard in real time from the community is, when are you replacing the boardwalk? We've also had talked about this at city council meetings, monthly park board reports. From day one, the Port of Anacortes has been involved. The Port of Anacortes involvement helps ensure that the project remains functional, maintained, and compatible with a broader shoreline resilience and economic goals. This project is fully supported by the Port of Anacortes. The Samish Indian Nation has been involved literally since day one after the boardwalk was damaged. The Samish participation helped incorporates indigenous knowledge, long-term ecological perspectives into planning and implementation. This project is fully supported by the Samish Indian Nation Council. Question 12 is, how has the community input influenced project design? I think having a strong understanding of what is important in our community played a huge part of the design. I mentioned this earlier. We knew we wanted to essentially follow the same footprint of the boardwalk. We just did not want to go and mess with any more of the wetland. We did not want to go any further into the wetland with a new boardwalk when it came to design. And you can see the thousands of visitors that park at that San Juan Island ferry terminal, park their cars and make their way down to the beach. And, you know, there is logs and dune grass right there at the beach, and watching the visitors get down there. I think it's just time to improve a way that is accessible for all visitors to make their way to the beach. Question 13 is project engagement partnerships. I've kind of talked about our two major partnerships in this, but the Port of Anacortes, you know, they recognize the importance of preserving and enhancing the public access to the shoreline and believe that this project will significantly augment the recreational, environmental, and community values of the Ship Harbor area. And the Ship Harbor is an area of deep cultural and historical site to the Samish. The proposed replacement of the existing boardwalk with a new thoughtful design structure will help rebuild the ground disturbance, limit erosion, and protect sensitive cultural and archaeological resources that could otherwise be impacted by the continued deterioration. This kind of shared motivation matters. I mean, having an aligned support with the Port of Anacortes and the Samish Indian Nation, I think, is a huge advantage to the city for their partnership on this project. I think we all have the same goal of wanting to improve this area. To wrap up the presentation, I've answered all the questions best that I could for today, and I just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to present for the Ship Harbor Shoreline Restoration Project. I truly believe, regardless if the grant is rewarded or not, that the city needs to make plans to continue to improve that Ship Harbor site, because I think it's only going to get worse. I mean, the people will keep coming to the ferry terminal and making their way down, and our community loves the boardwalk through the wetland. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the project, and I thank you for this consideration on the grant.
Great, thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. And we can't see you. Maybe your camera isn't working.
Oh,
or maybe you
that
forgot.
is okay. So it tells me my camera is on. Let me try this again.
I mean,
Huh.
that's all right. Sometimes if it's not functioning or glitching, that's fine.
Bummer. Okay. Yeah, I
Nope.
did a test and it was working earlier, and it's telling me that my camera is not like crossed off, that it's on.
Yeah. We'll blame it on Zoom.
Okay.
All right.
I'll have to fix that.
No worries. All right. Well, we'll get some feedback here from the committee. Heather, why don't you start, and then Elise.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. That was a great presentation. And the aerial photos of all the social trails are really striking. But one thing I would suggest is maybe put some more photos or ground level photos of the boardwalk and the problems that you're trying to solve in the very beginning, because I was sort of left wanting more of a visual as you started going into the descriptive slides.
Okay.
And also, I guess I've just seen some of the, I don't know if you've gotten your bids on your cultural resources assessment, but I've seen those really almost double for some recent projects I've been involved with. So 40,000 unfortunately seems a little low.
Okay.
So just be aware of that.
Okay.
I had that same note of
Thank you.
PR seeming a little low.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, wanted to thank you for the presentation. My question was, it seems like ADA access is a key aspect of the design. So you mentioned an ADA accessible pathway to the viewing platform, but then there's a question whether it might be stairs or a ramp to the beach, which kind of calls in that ADA accessible.
Yeah.
So can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so I definitely feel like I know I use stairs, but I think a ramp down to the beach is going to be obviously more ADA, and we'll get the visitors directly to the beach, to the water.
Yeah, stairs are.
And I should call that out in this as well, where the stairs will be going from the viewing platform.
Yeah, I would encourage you to be clear about the full accessibility. That is.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Brittany, go ahead, and then Cindy.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I kind of akin to Heather's point, I would have liked maybe an aerial view of this. I mean, this is great. These, I think, 15% designs, but I'm wondering where exactly the access point for folks not in the ferry line will be.
Okay.
I want to know where the community is would access the boardwalk as well. And then I also, I mean, I heard that you are considering pressure treated wood for part of the boardwalk.
Uh-huh.
And I'm curious, do you know what the pressure treated material will be?
So I don't have it memorized for the wetland, what pressure treated wood you have right now, but I know that we have to use that, and we have a version of yellow cedar down there right now in the boardwalk. That's what we've been replacing when boards need to be replaced down there right now. So I could be a little bit more clear exactly what that pressure treated wood would be.
Okay, yeah,
To
I'm
make
just
sure
curious.
that it fits the wetland requirements.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, go ahead, Cindy, and then Hubie.
Hi, Nicole. Thanks so much for your presentation. You have probably one of the most detailed ones I've seen in all of the ones that have been presented in what we've been able to read. I just have two things that I saw. When you mentioned asphalt for the water access for the ADA water access area, was permeable pavement considered for that area? And if it wasn't, what were the reasons for that?
Yeah, working with Gray and Osborne on that, we had just concrete or asphalt were the two examples that they gave us. And obviously asphalt is cheaper. So like, I don't know if I can answer that right now, exactly why we didn't talk about that as an option.
Okay. I figured it was a cost issue, but I know
I'm sure it is.
when I used to work along the Oregon coast, everything had to be permeable. So I didn't know if maybe that was what you were talking about. So if it's something that's not cost effective, I understand, but
Yeah.
it may be something that later on you might go, gosh, I wish we had. And then I was looking at your plant list, since I come from a horticulture background and I've worked in the nursery and garden center industry. Unless I'm wondering if you're working with the tribe that may be helping you grow some of this, but your money might be a little low for that unless you're working with someone directly. Depending on, I'm kind of looking at the space you're trying to fill and how densely, I don't know how densely you want to fill it, but you probably want to, if you can't double it, you should at least go another half up. 9,000, I wouldn't think would cover it. Natives have gotten so expensive because there's just so few growers out there with them. So it's just something to maybe look at, price out a few things, and then what size do you want to start with? If you have to start really tiny, that's just a thought, but that just seemed a little low to me.
Okay.
But other than that, I thought it was great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Hubie, go ahead, and then Chris.
Great. Thank you. Nicole, thank you for that presentation. That was really, really good. I'm actually a little familiar. I go to Friday Harbor quite a bit, so I'm familiar with that area. One thing I always notice there's the wildlife, and I noticed you referred to interpretive educational displays. Did you? I might have missed that part of your introduction here, but could you just give me a little bit more information about that? What that was?
Yeah. So I think what I could do, I mean, like already I just talking through this presentation this morning, I want to include more photos and signs. Already Ship Harbor has many interpretive signs of like the Samish Indian Nation, the salmon canneries, the wildlife down there. So I just envision a new sign down there at the view and platform talking about the environment and the wetland and the animals and the importance of the cultural site. But I think I can be a little bit more clear on saying like these kind of signs already exist throughout the boardwalk area down there.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chris, and then Reed.
Thanks. Thanks, Nicole, for the presentation. Maybe just 2 quick points on that maybe to touch on next time. I heard you talk about the boardwalk was damaged in storms in the past, and I would want to know like what's being done differently that will avoid those future storms, and whether that was marine waters or fresh waters or um, and I understand why you didn't want to relocate it, but would it, I don't know, would it be any better to relocate it out of the way of the storms? So maybe you could touch on that. And then like a restoration plan, the aerial photo was, I like the aerial photo. I agree ground photo would be helpful too. But the aerial photo showed, just multiple pathways coming from the parking lot. I think it'd be helpful to see a restoration plan that kind of showed how those are going to be rehabbed. And then maybe also how you would, I don't know if you have to work with the ferry service or how you would discourage people from creating additional paths after you restore it.
Yeah.
Right. That picture there, right. You
Yeah.
kind of see there's half a dozen pathways. It'd be nice if there was 1 or 2.
Yeah, exactly. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Go ahead, Reed.
Thanks, Nicole, for the presentation. Couple quick things. One on the ramp access, just thinking about storm damage in the past and how asphalt may be susceptible to storm damage again. And then curious if you've consulted with Swinomish tribe on the project. It looks like we're getting close on time, so just make a note.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Reed. All right. Other final thoughts or suggestions for Anacortes?
I had one more note. You
Sure.
mentioned who was responsible for long-term maintenance.
It will be the city of Anacortes.
Oh, okay. Not the port.
No, not the port. There's like a the port property meets the city of Anacortes property somewhere. It's kind of blurry. We don't even know really exactly where they meet, but the port owns the property that the ferry terminal runs out of. So, but the city of Anacortes, the whole Ship Harbor Preserve area is operated and owned by the city of Anacortes.
Okay.
All right.
And sorry you guys couldn't see me. I was trying to do my best to make the eye contact. I think that's the trickiest part during these Zoom presentations is I feel like I was looking down a lot.
Yeah, no worries. We understand. And yeah, it's fine. Sometimes the technology doesn't cooperate, so not to worry.
Okay.
But we heard you just fine and could see all your slides. So all right. Well, thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it. You'll be getting some written feedback as well, and then we'll see you again in August.
Okay. Good luck, you guys, with the rest of your day.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Right. Next up, we have Seattle. That your PowerPoint pulled up. Hello. Good morning.
Morning, Carl. Morning.
Nice to see you.
Everyone else. Nice to see you all. I hope I got this one for those of you who were there yesterday. I've just had issues with this presentation, so I hope I have this one in a little bit better shape than yesterday's. But
yeah, well, no worries. We're here to help.
Yeah,
you got time to make revisions. Can you see that? Okay.
I can see it great. I should probably test out the slide
Yeah,
function.
I'll pass
Oh,
you
it was not showing up.
control. There you go. Go ahead and click on the screen now. See if that works. Yep.
There we go.
Sweet. All right, well,
Perfect.
go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you. Hi, Elise from King County. My name is Moshe Hecht. I'm the grant manager over here at Seattle Parks and Recreation, and I'm presenting the Arboretum Waterfront Trail Phase 2. So the project is located in Arboretum Park, basically in the middle of Seattle. And it is the city's largest wetland and sort of the region's west accessible wetland here. And here you can see the trail network that's sort of going through the immediate wetlands, and the circles here are the project area that we're applying for funding for today. And the project area is, I'll show you here. So there's 2 floating footpaths and footbridges that provide access to the wetland. And those are 50-year-old assets that are in need of replacement. Again, here's sort of just the overall view of the general area. There's a fairly comprehensive trail network. There you can see the immediate trail and the worksite area as well in the highlighted circles. All right. So the other day I was coming to take photos of the project area for our presentation, and literally I could not get out onto Marsh Island. The footbridges, the entry to the path is actually submerged underwater. The footbridges are failing, and there's just serious degradation happening due to age. So these are the 2 different footbridges. And our goal here is to rebuild the existing floating structures and footbridges in the same footprint that they are right now. We'd like to make significant accessibility improvements so that it's not just a replacement. We're also planning on pulling out creosote contaminated piles and rebuilding the structure in a way that doesn't continue to contaminate the salmon habitat. This is an important migration path for Chinook salmon and a lot of other wildlife species. So the area here is heavily used primarily for walking. There's a number of hand launch sites and various water access points. It's a fairly gentle, easy pathway, and currently is not particularly accessible. And part of the goal here, we have a strong partnership with the University of Washington and other schools that come out and provide education right here on site on these 2 islands. We're really blending in, going to blend back in the existing structures with the existing sites. They're designed to, the lake level of Lake Washington goes up and down about 12 feet throughout the season. So we're really designing for that and incorporating accessibilities along with that. We're really focusing on protecting the environment as we decommission these elements and put back in place new elements. We're using compatible materials like resin-coated steel instead of creosote or other, treated lumber. So this really is a gateway, as I mentioned earlier, to education, to the wetlands. There's incredible viewpoints and water access. This really is an important piece of the University of Washington's program and many student programs that, for people of all ages. As I mentioned earlier, there's, and I'll talk about it a little bit later as well, but not only is the education of preserving these wetlands important and continuing that access, but if we leave this resource in place unattended and we don't replace it, we don't pull out those piles, the impact of leaving that in place is actually disastrous. We're not being forced to remove it. The creosote will continue to contaminate the fresh water. The overwater structures can fail and fall to the bottom of the lake. All of that really degrades the environment. So our goal is to really pull all of that stuff out very carefully and replace it with much better, much more environmentally appropriate materials. So again, this is the area, the region's only wetland that's like this, right? This is the largest wetland, but it's also a very unique resource. And if we don't rebuild this, the community will actually lose access. Oh, and I should also mention, this is really a gateway to miles of trail, both up into the University District and down into the Arboretum. The project was originally built with land water conservation funds, and we currently have funding from RCO for phase one of the project, which is very similar work, but it's a boardwalk, an overwater boardwalk that occurs exclusively on Foster Island. It's very easy to get to. It's very accessible by light rail and bus. And again, you can see here that if we lose access to that site, that whole trail connection through the wetlands gets lost. There's really no other way to that area. And this is the backside of the park. You can see the connection that comes around, and this is actually facing sideways. So we had over 2,500 respondents to our survey, and people overwhelmingly told us not only how they use it, but what kinds of improvements they would like us to make. So really they use it to enjoy nature, things like bird walking, for exercise, running, respite. This is really a heavily used spot. We have a people counter that counted 800 daily visits. The need to replace this has been documented in a number of planning documents, originally in the Washington Park Arboretum Master Plan that was produced in 2001. It's in our Park District Cycle 1 plan. It's in the Parks and Open Space Plan. And we recently did an overwater structures assessment to look at a number of overwater structures. And that one is one that really identified some critical failures that are happening in this part of the pathway. Again, this is really a unique opportunity for Seattle residents. This is really a place that, the trail is really the only built element in the park. The trail that's on grade within the park is wood chip and on natural surface. So it's really an opportunity for the public to experience something that they can't experience anywhere else. Again, here you can see the two overwater structures. And right in the middle there is Marsh Island, to the right is Foster, and to the left is the mainland. So there's about a mile of actual floating trail and bridge network that we're trying to replace here. This is really the only pedestrian access. This is really the only way that people can access these. I mean, I guess presumably a kayaker could bike up and moor somewhere, but this really is the way in and out. And this is very much in alignment with the ALEA priorities. Again, people use this space for, there's miles of walking trail to enjoy nature, exercise, socializing, meditating. It's a very heavily used site. There's just a kayaker mooring up on one of the floats there. And here you can see from our assessment that we did critical failures that are happening and that need to be replaced. The assessment said that we could possibly fix some of these things as a Band-Aid, and we could maybe squeeze about another 10 years of life out of the project. But we're really looking at replacing the full asset right now. While it's kind of hard to see, it's a very long structure. It's hard to see the full, how this all fits in. But the real idea is to have this floating structure that makes very little contact with either side of the land, is supported by piles. As we pull out the old piles and replace the new piles with the resin-coated steel piles, we'll be engaged in mitigation efforts, planting efforts for the impacts that are happening at the seafloor or the lake floor there. And here you can see some of the critical failures that are happening and why this is so necessary. Floats are listing to sides. There's serious corrosion that's happening that's risking, actual breakage in some sections. In many places, they're inaccessible because they're covered in water. So we really plan to pull all this stuff out to help protect nature, build it within the fish window. We're going to build the whole site, the whole project essentially off-site. So there's very minimal impact there on site in the wetlands. We can bring it in by barge and install it right there. Again, here we are, this is just the same slide talking about the accessibility improvements that we plan to make as we're designing this. We can't make the full trail ADA compliant, but we can certainly do what we can to make this site much more accessible to all users. And these little landings, if you don't know, that's really important for people in wheelchairs so that there's a place to pause and rest as you're trying to make your way up and over these footbridges. Again, with your funding, one of the things that's so important about your support here today is that we don't currently have enough money to replace all of the assets. And one of the things that we critically don't have enough funding for is to pull out the 50-year-old piles that are in place and that are contaminated. If we replace the existing structure as is, what the impacts of that will be is that those piles will probably continue to fail over the next 10 to 15 years, and we'll have to come back and replace them. By replacing them now as one project, there's an overall cost savings that we realize. We can increase the useful life of the full project. And importantly, and in alignment with ALEA, we can actually pull that contamination out of the water now. We can do all of that at once. And we're quite confident in our budget. The phase 1 project was recently bid, and we accepted the bid from Redside Construction. So we have a really good sense of the cost per lineal foot, how much it costs to replace the piles. We have a good estimate of the remaining design that we need to do. So, we're able to build out a fairly good budget that we believe will, accurately represents the scope of work. And as we were planning for this project, we had a number of ways to engage. We had public meetings. We had an incredibly responsive survey. I mentioned that we had over 2,500 respondents to our survey. We met with multiple partners, including the Arboretum Foundation, University of Washington Botanic Gardens, and others, to really gather input on the project. You can't really see it here, but one of the things that people kind of said over and over and over again was if the project wasn't covered in water. And what they're really referencing is the fact that these floats are failing, right? And in order for them to really enjoy the trail, they're having to, as you can see here on the right, sort of wade on the edge of the floats. I couldn't even get out there. The project manager had to put on big galoshes to get out there, and just the other day. So by rebuilding this really is in alignment with what the community wants. And I don't know how this slide got in here. I do apologize. This is the same slide from earlier. Well, environmental benefits, yeah. I mentioned earlier working with some of the local partners. These are just a couple of partners that are active in Arboretum Park. So Arboretum, there's the wetlands, and it's a much larger park. So we worked very closely with the Arboretum Foundation, the University of Washington Botanic Gardens. This here on the right is another project I've been working on with the Friends of Arboretum Creek. This creek flows directly into, or it opens up into the bay just on the south side of Marsh Island. This particular project here, we've been working to restore the creek and creating a hyperradic filtration system at the headwaters of that to pull out all the street pollutants that are contaminating the water. And the overall goal is to make this a real respite for migrating salmon. So this whole area here is really critical to have a healthy environment and clean, cool, fresh water for migrating salmon as they're heading up. And I bring this up because there's a lot of partners that we're working together. It's really a comprehensive plan to think through the not just individual projects, but the whole park as a whole. And here again, here's the Friends of Arboretum Creek. This is the headwaters of the project area, and there's thousands of volunteer hours that go into this park, helping to maintain not just the creek, but the islands, the pathways that I was talking about. The University of Washington spends a lot of resource maintaining, the trees and other parts of the park. This really is a much larger community partnership, not just a Seattle Parks and Recreation owned facility. All right, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, suggestions, feedback on this project. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. It's a really cool project. I was there once and I was very confused by it, by how it was flooded. So it's neat to see it on the phasing. Related to phasing, you mentioned it, but it's not clear where the first phase is and how they're dependent or not dependent on each other. If phase two doesn't happen, what happens with phase one? Is it a standalone project and that kind of thing? So
Yep.
that was my big
Yeah,
curiosity.
phase one, you can see he's circling it right there.
Right over here.
So,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not dependent on each other, but they both need to get done, right? So the trail does go back over water in another section. And we prioritize that one because that one was in worse condition than these areas. But all of it needs to be replaced.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thanks, Reed. That phase one, I believe, I know it's funded. And is it under construction, underway now?
It is. Yeah, we actually have Army Corps permits for both phases.
Oh, cool.
And it is under construction, thankfully. We're really excited to move forward with that.
Great.
Yeah, so if you can mention that you're under permit too. I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
that's a huge thing in our world for timing and whether things are gonna.
Oh my gosh, tell me about it. Yeah. I've had Carl down my, breathing down my neck about that Army Corps permit for, I don't know, several years now, but we have it.
Great, thanks.
Seems to be the common story in most of these projects these days.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting on the Corps. All right, thanks, Reed. Other suggestions or thoughts for this one? Elise.
So nice to see you. Great job. I'm also familiar with this park and I've also tried to tiptoe through the washed out parts. Can you elaborate a little bit? You briefly mentioned that accessibility is a factor in the design. Yep. You're not expecting it to be fully ADA compliant. Can you speak to that a little more?
Absolutely. What we're building will be ADA compliant and more. That's my anticipation. The issue is that once you get off this footbridge and floats, right? So it's fairly lengthy section of trail here. You're on to sort of earth, right? And that's where we can't guarantee full compliance, right? There might be tree roots, exactly, right? There might be, we do maintain it and we do our best. But it's chipped and it's a trail. So that's really the only issue there.
Gotcha. Thanks, Elise. I was kind of wondering the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
All righty. Other thoughts on this one? Reed, go ahead.
I have a couple more if
Yeah,
nobody else.
keep them coming.
Okay.
This is great.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. Go ahead.
On the drawing, it looked like to me when I was looking at the drawings that the creosote piles were being reused. It showed them as typical. It showed new structure on top of creosote piles. So
Yep.
That's something that caught my eye. And then curious about using those diamond piers over
Yep.
using a helical pile.
Yeah, this is early schematic. So we don't know exactly what we're going to use for those footings there.
Okay.
As far as those piles, again, we would love to pull those out. The assessment that we received said that we could reuse them. You could just kind of scrape the moss off the top. And I think it said we might get another 10 years out of them. That's not very reassuring, especially if we're going to invest, a couple $1 million in rebuilding this trail network. So really the best strategy is to pull those out and replace them. The Army Corps permit, oh my gosh, I forget how many number of piles we have. I think we have up to 30 piles or something permitted for this section. So we're fully permitted to do what we need there. We have, a real ability to, pull all of those out if we can afford it.
Great. Yeah. Okay. And then the last question I had was whether there's been any tribal consultation or partnerships.
Yeah, we have done that. Our tribal consultation was primarily through the core permitting process. We do have regular conversations with the tribes actually at this park for all of our projects. And so we're in pretty regular communication with the tribes at Arboretum. This project, the planning was done, a few years back, so I don't have all of the documentation on that, but they have been engaged. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Reed. Other thoughts?
I'll hop back in. On a similar note, you put, I don't think you mentioned in the presentation, but your application has $5,000 set aside for cultural resources. Is that like supplemental to work that's already been done, or?
Yeah, the thinking there was, we've already satisfied section 106. And so, we might need a little bit of money just to, I don't know what, maybe we need to amend the APE or who knows what, some nominal something or other. But yeah, we basically, that's all satisfied. So
It might be worth including that in the application.
oh, in the notes. Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Elise. Cindy, go ahead.
For the newbie here, can you explain what 106 is?
Absolutely. So section 106, do you know what cultural resources is?
A little bit, yeah. I have an overview, but
So when you have a federal nexus, so whether it's, in this case, an overwater structure or maybe a federally funded project, section 106 refers to the National Historic Preservation Act, which requires a cultural resources review, but at the federal level.
okay.
You can do a cultural resources review just for the state funding or for county funding, depending on what county you're in. So this is just satisfying the federal requirements, which typically are much more rigorous than the state or county requirements. So if you can satisfy that, you're in good shape.
And you said you've already done that. You've satisfied.
Yeah,
okay.
That's wrapped into the Army Corps permitting process. So in order to get the Army Corps permit, you also, for us in this case, we also had to complete section 106. And so
great, thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Mo. Yeah, Cindy, that's something that's required on all of our projects. And so, like he mentioned, when there's a federal nexus, we go through the federal rules. We have something very similar with the state, although it's slightly less cumbersome typically than the federal.
Yep.
But on this slide, it's just busy. It's kind of a lot to take in. So I would highlight what it is you're trying to say or show. And then I think you followed immediately, which was nice with like pictures. Like, okay, here's the assessment, call out kind of what you're identifying. And then here's some pictures of what was discovered, right?
Yeah, one thing I was trying, and if anybody has any ideas on this, I would love that. It's a long structure and it's hard to show on one slide. And this was the best image I had. And it seems like, at least yesterday, it seemed like evaluators wanted to kind of be able to see it to understand it better. I mean, I have the photographs, but I don't I don't know how to represent it very well just in a drawing because it just gets really small and narrow, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's hard. Yeah, I didn't catch that right away, but yeah, match line, match line. So this is one of your bridges. So you could just say that, hey,
That's
this
right.
is one of your bridges and just point out or put a big circle. Here's just a few examples,
Yeah.
or the red text means bad or whatever, severe damage. Right. And and then move on and then say, okay, and here's
Right.
what I'm talking about. Here's what
Yeah.
this assessment. So that's good because it gives us, some assurance of your readiness and obviously having a permit in place. Like, hey, you've done your assessment, done your design.
That's right. Yeah.
So that can be helpful.
Okay.
There was another one in, let's see, public engagement 29. This is another one like, we really can't read this. So again, it's nice to show, hey, we've got all this public engagement, but just call out in a separate text box or something the top three.
I could make the text bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, something. So great. Any final thoughts for Seattle? All right. Well, thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right.
All right. I think we have arrived at a break. Just a few minutes ahead of schedule. So let's just stick with the schedule and be back here just a little bit before 11:25 to continue on. Hi, Betsy.
Hi, Carl. How are you?
Doing pretty good. How about
Excellent.
you?
I'm doing all right.
All right. Welcome. Are you presenting this one?
I am. Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Well, we'll give folks just a minute here to get back from break.
Okay.
We will continue on. All right, can you see that okay?
I can. Yes.
Cool. And would you like to advance your own slides, or I could do that for you, whatever
Yeah,
you
I could
prefer?
advance them. Yep.
Okay, great. Let me find you on the list here. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen, make sure that works. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm in. All right.
Well, whenever you're ready, you got 20 minutes. Go right ahead.
Perfect. All right. Good morning, everyone. Betsy Sievertson. I'm the Capital Projects Manager with Renton Parks and Rec, and I'm just going to jump right into this presentation. The project before you is for the development and restoration of a portion of Jean Coulon Memorial Beach Park in Renton, specifically a degraded shoreline reach where failing public infrastructure, shoreline erosion, and habitat impairment intersect. At one of South King County's most heavily used waterfront parks. Coulon is Renton's regional park at 86 acres and over 1 million visitors annually. It's located within Renton's city center planning area on the south side of Lake Washington. The surrounding shoreline is intensely urbanized. Nearby are the Boeing Renton factory, Renton Airport, and mixed-use development surrounding the landing commercial core. Nearby, salmon-supporting aquatic lands include the Cedar River, May Creek, and Jones Creek, which all connect to the larger Lake Washington system. The existing site includes a sandy swim beach, waterfront walkways, picnic shelters, lawn space, and a large playground. Today, the site faces three challenges: deteriorating shoreline infrastructure, limited ADA accessibility, and degraded nearshore habitat conditions. The project will improve public safety and accessibility, preserve the swim beach recreation use, integrate shoreline restoration and environmental education, and improve the long-term ecological function of this shoreline reach. This area of Lake Washington has long been used for swimming and nature appreciation, even before Coulon Park existed. But the concrete walkway and bulkhead were not always present at this site. You can see that in this probably late 1960s or early 70s photo on the left. And then looking at this brochure image on the right of the existing configuration, if we think about this beach right here as a catcher's mitt, the western side of the beach is getting hit by the ball more often as repeated wave energy has worn away the shoreline sediment on this side over time. And then the bulkhead wall here, shown in red, exacerbates erosion through wave reflectance. So over time, the wall has become more exposed and effectively taller as toe erosion increased. In turn, the walkway, which the bulkhead supports in this area, developed voids here and cracking and is increasingly affected by overtopping and fluctuating lake conditions. And it also has a greater fall distance for folks using the walkway. So for juvenile salmon who use this site, all of this contributes to a shoreline that is steeper, so 90 degrees steep, less shallow, and lacking riparian vegetation, meaning less shade, reduced insect input, and fewer refuge opportunities. The project proposes replacing the failing walkway with an elevated boardwalk and softening the shoreline behind it through fill removal and restoration grading. This will improve accessibility and safety while creating, by raising the walkway, creating additional freeboard for the walkway and improving shoreline function. Visitors will continue to experience expansive lake views, but when they look towards the shore, they'll also see and learn about the benefits of a restored nearshore environment. This project strongly fits ALEA protection goals because it restores ecological functions and processes within a highly altered urban shoreline reach. Together with nearby restoration sites like Bird Island, which is shown here, and the Shuffleton Flume or South Lake Washington restoration area further to the west, this project helps create a necklace of restored habitat for salmon and other wildlife near the Cedar River mouth. In an intensely urbanized shoreline system, even relatively small restoration areas become important stepping stones for juvenile salmon migration and refuge habitat. The nearest comparable waterfront parks illustrate the need for this project. Cedar River Trail Park, which is this long linear one here, although it's close as the crow flies, is nearly an hour away on foot because it's blocked by Boeing and other uses. And it's also constrained by a levee system on the river, airport, and Boeing facilities, limiting both direct shoreline access and restoration opportunities. Kennydale Beach Park, located to the north, is owned by King County. It's about 1.5 miles away or about a 30-minute walk. And it has a major bulkhead issue affecting water access, including trip hazard quarry spalls in the lake and other armor. And importantly, this park has absolutely no ADA access into it due to the very steep grade off the adjacent East Rail Trail that goes along Lake Washington Boulevard. This project is prioritized because it can integrate swim access, ADA accessibility, habitat restoration, and regional connectivity together in one picturesque and highly visible public setting. In fact, it's one of the few settings in South Lake Washington where ecological restoration, public swim access, ADA accessibility, and trail connectivity can realistically coexist within the same shoreline reach. Further, the project fits the public access objectives of Renton's Shoreline Master Program for this reach of Lake Washington. It is also prioritized through our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, particularly around improving the quality of existing facilities and responding to community demand for trails, nature viewing, and waterfront recreation access. Moving on to the context here, more than 7,500 residents live within 1 mile of the site. There are 3 hotels within a 5-minute walk. The park is within walking distance of Boeing and several other major employers, and transit lines serving thousands of people all have stops within 1 block away. This multimodal access in particular is important in a growing urban center where many residents rely on walking transit or shared housing and may have limited access to waterfront recreation opportunities and nearby nature elsewhere. Demand for the site is also expected to increase because the park lies within and adjacent to regional growth centers identified through the Puget Sound Regional Council. These are shown in the purple outlines on the map on the right here. These centers are intended to absorb significant future population and employment growth in compact, walkable urban areas. Additional future demand may come from improved trail connections currently being studied or implemented, including the Sam Chastain Trail to the west and the future East Trail expansion through King County into Coulon Park over the next several years. The project fits within the restoration and enhancement objectives of Renton's Shoreline Master Program for this reach of Lake Washington, as well as the Water Resource Inventory Area 8 Chinook Salmon Conservation Plan, as it supports salmon rearing and refuge habitat. It also complements salmon habitat restoration efforts at Bird Island, which is located here, and the former Shuffleton or South Lake Washington DNR restoration site, which is located here. And all of these sites have been monitored by researchers, in particular, Roger Tabor and his team at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The project will create shallow, non-armored shoreline habitat with riparian vegetation, gravel substrate, and large woody material adjacent to the swim beach. It's habitat that's preferred by juvenile ESA-listed Chinook salmon in South Lake Washington. Chinook salmon are further prioritized by the Puget Sound Partnership, and the project aligns with broader partnership strategies through its context around smart growth and through the project around healthy shorelines, riparian areas, stormwater runoff, salmon recovery, climate adaptation, place attachment, and outdoor recreation and stewardship. So getting into the project scope, the public access scope includes replacing the bulkhead and concrete walkways, which generally follow this current alignment here, with an elevated boardwalk, which would incorporate light penetrating grading and would improve. We have major cross slope issues of this walkway, so improving ADA accessibility here and also ADA accessibility issues at these existing picnic shelters here. Also improving stormwater drainage within this park context, adding an interpretive signage elements here, and replacing site furnishings associated with picnicking and shoreline use like grills, receptacles, adding ADA access to picnic pads and such. The riparian area will also contribute to nature appreciation and environmental education opportunities through signage, while the gravel substrate transition here, which transitions into the active nearshore swim beach here, would improve the nearshore conditions at the edge of that swim area. Historically and today, this site has been valued for water access, although the shoreline has changed dramatically over time through the Lake Washington Ship Canal and lock system that was implemented, including lake level changes, shoreline filling, industrialization, and shoreline development. As mentioned earlier, this site is near 2 other restoration projects led by DNR, one of which, Bird Island, shown here on the left, was designed by our current project consultants. Together, these projects would create a near continuous habitat and access corridor along the southern Lake Washington shoreline. The project design also benefits from adaptive management and lessons learned from these nearby restoration sites. Here's a few slides from DNR on some of those challenges and adaptive management. It also benefits from some other mitigation sites within Coolon that we've managed. Those lessons include durable material selection, habitat protection approaches, specific shoreline planting strategies, and long-term maintenance considerations. Our parks maintenance staff have already gained experience maintaining similar riparian planting areas elsewhere within Coolon Park. Long-term maintenance responsibilities for the site will continue to be carried out by the Renton Parks maintenance team. Additional technical analysis has included a Met Ocean study to determine appropriate shoreline grading and gravel sizes for this long-term shoreline stability and ecological performance. And then the project also improves long-term shoreline resilience by actually raising the walkway elevations to address wave overtopping, erosion pressure, and future lake level variability that might be associated with climate change. We've completed many site assessments and received great information via monitoring and adaptive management of nearby restoration sites. Careful survey work examined ADA access needs to ensure the design fully addresses circulation and accessibility within the project area. We have good lessons learned on materials, railings, and habitat fencing needs to be put in place for safety and to protect sensitive planting areas. We coordinated closely with our aquatics recreation manager, and he's also a former Coolon lifeguard, regarding integration with the swim beach to the east. That coordination helped inform the placement of large woody material to avoid recreation conflicts while still supporting habitat objectives. Finally, we're also coordinating on the future use of what's called the Right Here accessibility platform. It's an app on phones at Coolon Park. This has been recently requested by the community. This is a technology that reads signage and provides wayfinding, and would provide adaptive wayfinding and interpretive opportunities specifically for visually impaired users. And importantly, it can also really help support multilingual interpretive content. This project has an estimated development cost of approximately $1.7 million. We're requesting $500,000 in ALEA funds, or 30% of the total project cost, with the remainder funded through local match sources. Cost estimate Cost estimates were provided by the design team and validated against recent comparable rent and bid and construction cost data. And I've listed some of the line items here as well. In terms of schedule, we are currently in the design development phase and applying for local, state, and federal permits, as well as grant applications. We anticipate finalizing the design and bidding the project in early 2027, with a construction work window in the fall and winter of 2027 and into 2028. Moving on to the restoration scope, specifically includes fill removal, shown in this purple hatch, shoreline softening, light penetrating boardwalk surfaces, fish-friendly gravel substrate, riparian planting here, and protection fencing. Placement of salvaged large woody debris here, and removal of a long unused and treated wood lifeguard tower, which has been located too far offshore for a long time now. The design approach is both practical and technically viable, informed by detailed site assessments, proven restoration strategies at nearby sites, and coordinated long-term maintenance planning. Community engagement for the project included both in-person and online outreach. We held a pop-up event during our very popular Clam Lights holiday event last December and handed about 200 cups of cocoa out and also hosted online surveys through the project website with signage directing park visitors to participate. One of the things we asked was for community members to identify their highest priorities for the site, and also to respond to 4 conceptual design alternatives that range from keeping things pretty similar to how they are now and various levels of restoration and water access, shown here. In addition to broader community outreach, we also coordinated with staff from NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Washington Department of Ecology, and the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe, through sort of a fortuitous discussion that occurred through the trustees of the Quendel Terminal's natural resource damage assessment process that's occurring right now. So these trustees are evaluating restoration opportunities on Lake Washington. And as part of that effort, we led these stakeholders on a site tour at Coulon to discuss how the project could align with larger restoration goals in South Lake Washington. Those discussions helped reinforce the project's ecological value and habitat connectivity benefits, and the trustees expressed support and interest in continued coordination. Similar engagement with WIRA partners is also planned moving forward. Community feedback had a major influence on the final preferred concept. One of the most interesting things we learned was the community's openness to change, including shoreline restoration change at Coulon. This is a very, very, very well-loved park, and for many Coulon projects, other capital projects, we hear concerns about not messing it up, which staff, I think, sometimes take as don't change anything. But notably, the fully replace-in-kind alternative concept here on the left received virtually no support through either the pop-up event or online engagement. I should note, this is a little sticker tab. It's not votes here on the left. And the approach we're pursuing was the most popular concept, further reinforced by the general priorities for Coulon that we heard from the community. Key project partners include multiple city departments, particularly surface water, as well as WIRA 8 and the Natural Resource Damage Assessment trustees that I mentioned earlier. Also, the city's Equity Commission and Parks Commission have also provided ongoing guidance to help ensure we have an inclusive, functional, and accessible design approach. Ultimately, this project transforms a failing hardened shoreline into a safer, more accessible, and more ecologically functional public waterfront. It enhances one of South King County's most valued freshwater recreation assets while contributing to long-term salmon recovery and shoreline resilience in Lake Washington. And that concludes my presentation on our Coulon Swim Beach proposal. Thanks for your time, and I'd be happy to take your feedback or answer questions.
Great, thank you, Betsy. Appreciate that. All right, suggestions from the committee. Heather, go ahead.
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you. Well, I think you answered my question. I was wondering if you had your permits in hand. It doesn't sound like you do, and that's still in process.
Yes.
You have a pretty minimal budget line item for that. So
Yeah.
it doesn't look like cultural resources assessment is included in that.
Yeah. And I think
So
that,
something to consider because
yeah,
that can be really, really costly.
right. We have done cultural resources study via feasibility for Sam Chastain Trail recently. So, but that's a really good point. One of the things that with costs though that I was a little concerned about is cost prior to contract. And so that could, we know we're going to pay more in permitting costs, but we're not sure they'd be eligible because we might be paying those costs. Similar with our A&E costs ahead of if we were awarded that contract.
Yeah, typically those sort of soft costs are eligible pre-agreement costs.
Oh, okay. That's really
Yeah,
helpful.
design,
Okay.
permitting,
Yeah.
cultural.
Okay.
You are well overmatched, so it's not
Yes.
really not that big a deal. But
Okay.
and your grants manager can also help with. You got any other questions about that?
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, the other kind of question or comment was about you had something about Bird Island and a design map. That was a little confusing to me. I'm not familiar with the area at all, so I didn't know where that was, how it was related, or where that really fit in to this at all. So maybe just more description and laying that out, how that's important.
Great, thanks, Heather. Brittany, go ahead, and then Chris.
Hi, Betsy. Thank you for your presentation. This is a cute little, it's kind of feels like a pocket park almost. It's very, it looks really sweet. You had a slide where you were comparing it to Percival Landing Park in Olympia. And I was just a little bit confused about exactly what the link is there.
Yeah.
So if you could either explain that more or kind of,
What I worked on this project as a consultant, and so I included it because I wanted to sort of explain the nearshore side. I know it's Bud Inlet at Percival, so it's different Puget Sound system, but it's similar in that it's a boardwalk system with a nearshore habitat on the shore side that's visible by folks visiting the boardwalk, and also keeping those expansive lake views. And it's in a really regional used park, but I can explain that better. I was kind of trying to give a little precedent, sort of, but thanks for that comment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brittany. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, Betsy, thank you for the presentation. The site it was neat. I worked with Roger Tabor. I'm dating myself, but I worked with Roger Tabor back in the late 90s and early 2000s on this, and I remember beach sailing at Coulon and how many Chinook we found there. So it was kind of neat to, step back a long time ago. I guess my question, a couple things, maybe not a question, statement might be to you mentioned you've worked with a couple different regulatory agencies. I didn't hear WDFW. I'm not up to date with some of the Lake Washington regulatory requirements. I think I noticed, maybe it was the slide before this, but you had like an ordinary high water line, and then you had a elevation of the top of, I think elevation of the boardwalk, and looked to me like there was only like a foot of difference there. And, with I'm assuming it was an elevation of the top of the boardwalk. Once you start adding in like the subframing and, pretty soon the bottom of the boardwalk is actually the same elevation as ordinary high. I wonder if there's opportunities for elevating the boardwalk a little bit higher. I think the regulatory requirements are 2 feet above ordinary high water. I don't want to, I'm not going to, I'm not going to say it's
That's
worth
a really
looking into
good point. And I might have kind of messed this up because I made this graphic kind of integrating technical sections. And so I might have messed up the scale a little bit, but that's a really good point, and I will address that. But we're sort of in early coordination with permit agencies. I didn't want to, the nice thing about talking with some of those agencies through the natural resource damage assessment is being able to talk with them even before we sort of did the full permit process. Different staff, but kind of get their input on similar priorities. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Go ahead, Reed.
Thanks, Betsy, for the presentation. Similar to Chris, in that previous slide that showed the boardwalk and the shelter, and I was just trying to understand when you remove the wall, what will happen? Like, what's the transition from around the picnic shelter to the stop shore, and are you going to undermine your picnic shelter? And that was just something I was noticing. And then second question is about mitigation, and if you've thought about mitigation costs, and you think this will be self-mitigating with core. We recently had a project at Lake Sammamish that was super challenging to get through the wrap. It didn't fit in the wrap, but anyway, I didn't see mitigation costs anywhere, and that's a thing. So if you have sites or where you're planning to do that.
Yeah, so I think that so to the shelter, I will add more detail on that. We do have sort of a abutment and transition detail that I can include. And we have had experience with the wrap process. We do anticipate, well, actually, I think that we may have more mitigation, maybe, although we're not creating new overwater walkway because we're pulling this boardwalk is over existing upland. But our consultants are working through the wrap calculator right now. And in past projects at Coulon, although we do have some opportunities for additional mitigation areas, we are anticipating some, if it was a really high, like plant 1 million willows, we'd probably need to pay in one of the in lieu fees.
Okay. Yeah. So if you have clarity around what those costs would be or how you're gonna deal with that. Great to know for this. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Reed. Other thoughts or suggestions? All right, thank you, Betsy. Appreciate it. Thank you, committee.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. All right, next up, continuing our move south to Tacoma. It's like Henry's here. Hey, Henry, you presenting this one?
I am. Good morning, everybody.
Right. Welcome. Okay. Can you see that? Does that work?
I can. Yeah. Do you want me to double click?
Yeah, let me find you and pass control. There you go. Yeah, click on the screen. Make sure that works.
Looks like it. I think we're good.
All right. Well, thanks. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Thanks, Carl. Hello, everybody. My name is Henry Smith, and I am a capital program manager for regional and waterfront parks with Parks Tacoma. Parks Tacoma is the oldest and largest special purpose park district in Washington state. Today, I'm here presenting project number 261533, Titlow Park North Hidden Beach Bridge Replacement, which is a public access development project to replace a failing 86-year-old bridge that provides pedestrian access to the waterfront. Titlow Park is located in western Washington within Pierce County in the city of Tacoma's West End neighborhood. It is a 75-acre regional park located along Puget Sound near the Tacoma Narrows. The entire park is bisected by BNSF-owned railroad, and the project is located just to the northern area of the park, which includes hiking trails, beach access, and a bridge, which needs to be replaced. The southern portion of the park, down below where that BNSF arrow is located, is highly developed with a historic lodge, shelters, restrooms, sports courts, playground, and splash pad. But like I said, we're talking about the northern portion of the park here, and the scope of this project is to demolish the existing bridge and construct a new steel frame bridge, viewpoints, with an ADA compliant access to the North Hidden Beach area for water-based activities like beach combing, fishing, and kayaking. Criteria 1, fit with public access goals. This project provides and improves public access to aquatic lands in several ways. First, Titlow Park is the only park on the west side of Tacoma, encompassing over a half a mile of beachfront, making it both a critical and highly used public access point to the Puget Sound. Replacing the North Hidden Beach Bridge not only makes this public access possible, but expands access by increasing accessibility to the waterfront. The existing bridge is 86 years old and has been downgraded to pedestrian-only access. It's in danger of permanent closure to pedestrians due to structural deterioration. With funding from RCO, this bridge would be demolished and a new bridge will be constructed within the existing perpetual BNSF easement with railroad approval. The existing bridge does not meet modern BNSF clearance requirements, and the new bridge is designed to provide up to 5 feet of additional clearance meeting these requirements. And the construction of the new bridge greatly improves ADA access to North Hidden Beach by adding an accessible pathway on the west side of the bridge, replacing wood decking with concrete, and correcting slope issues. It also has 3 viewpoints where people can rest and view the waterfront, and the bridge is designed to minimize impacts to shoreline buffer and critical areas. To increase public awareness of aquatic lands as a finite natural resource with irreplaceable public heritage, the project also includes opportunity for public art integration through the Parks Tacoma 1% for Art program and includes areas for interpretive signage. Parks Tacoma has initiated conversations with the Puyallup Tribal Language Program Director about the potential inclusion of tribal language on interpretive signage at this site. The project has several environmental benefits. The existing bridge is built out of creosote-soaked wood, which, as you all know, is an environmental hazard. This will be removed and replaced by a steel bridge. The replacement bridge is designed for pedestrian and emergency and maintenance vehicles only. That's important. This will keep vehicles away from the waterfront, reducing runoff and microplastic pollution from tires from reaching the Puget Sound. And the landscaping plan includes approximately 130 native trees and 750 native shrubs, including some culturally significant species to local tribes. There's also several economic benefits, including replacement of the bridge, reducing O&M costs for routine maintenance, and the new bridge not needing to be inspected nearly as often as our failing 86-year-old bridge out there does now. Criteria 3, need for public access, local priorities. This project will provide access for waterfront activities, including walking, running, beach combing, kayaking, water and wildlife viewing, fishing, and environmental programming. The Parks Tacoma 2024 to 2030 System and Strategic Plan is the agency's foundational document outlining how we'll define and achieve our mission, goals, and objectives. As part of that planning process, Tacoma residents identified their high priorities for investment. These included the top category for investment was natural surface walking and hiking trails. The second was tree canopy coverage in parks, and then swimming, beaches and areas, conservation and natural resource programs, nature, outdoor and interpretive programs, canoeing, kayaking, and stand-up paddleboarding rentals were all in the high category. This project addresses these priorities both directly and indirectly at a highly used location. Titlow Park is a regional park that serves the greater Puget Sound area. On the left is a heat map where people visited the park from in 2025. In that same year, North Hidden Beach, just the North Hidden Beach area of the park, not all of Titlow Park, just the beach area to the north, was visited by more than 72,000 unique visitors over 141,000 times. On the right is a map that shows Titlow Park's proximity to other parks. In the north is Opportunity Park, that's the top red star, which is a small neighborhood park on the other side of Highway 16. Just south of Highway 16 is War Memorial Park, which serves as a plaza around the Scott Pearson Trail. And to the south, the very southern red star, is Sunset Terrace Park, a neighborhood park owned by the city of University Place. There's no other public parks serving Tacoma's west end, and the nearest park, War Memorial Park, is nearly a mile away. While there is trail access to North Hidden Beach on either side of the BNSF Railroad, as shown on the diagram on the right, the North Hidden Beach Bridge is the key connection within the northern part of the park where there are no alternative crossings. The trail on the west side of the railroad are soft surface and generally not ADA accessible. There is, however, an existing paved access from the east along North Hidden Beach Road, which is a park road that's closed to traffic and connects to 6th Avenue. If you can see my mouse, this spur of the trail here is that paved access road that's closed to traffic. In this way, the bridge is a pivotal component for accessible access to the beach. As we've discussed, the existing bridge is deteriorating structurally and was closed to all vehicular traffic in 2019. The bridge is inspected annually, and if the condition continues to worsen, it will be permanently closed to pedestrians. Until it is replaced, this portion of the park cannot be accessed safely by emergency or maintenance vehicles, creating a safety risk to the public in a pretty remote region of the park. Because of this, the design and construction of the replacement bridge is crucial in order to make the northern portion of Titlow Park accessible and enables the completion of the Titlow Park master plan, facilitating the reimagining of this space in the future. More on that to come. Criteria 5, project scope, public access. North Hidden Beach used to be the home of the Tacoma Outboard Association, a long-standing nonprofit occupying a building and a parking lot on the site that promoted community-oriented boating and water activities. That building had some structural problems, and then when the bridge was downgraded to pedestrian-only access in 2019, the association was forced to move locations, and that building was demolished. The site contains beachfront views of Tacoma Narrows bridges as well as Fox Island, and an existing but dilapidated boat launch is there as well. There's also concrete and asphalt remnants of the former building foundation and parking lot. While this project does not redevelop the entire site, reconstructing the bridge and getting safe access is a key step towards both maintaining access to North Hidden Beach and advancing the master planning process. This project, the scope will be to demolish the existing bridge, footings, and roadway, and develop a new bridge designed for pedestrian and emergency and maintenance vehicle access, an ADA circulation path, 3 viewpoints, throw fencing and pedestrian handrail, landscaping, site furnishings, and future power, sewer, and water utility connections. The project is currently 90% designed. I received the 90% design plans in my email this morning, so I'll have better graphics for you next time. We have a cultural resources survey completed and permitting is ongoing. And here is a one-page site development plan showing the scale of the project. The ADA pathway to the beach is on the west, on the left side of your screen. In the middle is the bridge over the train tracks, and to the east or the right is where the access road will meet the bridge. So this is the scope of our project. And it's likely that the new bridge will need to be barged into the site and unloaded on the west side of the site towards the North Hidden Beach area using that existing dilapidated boat launch that we've got up there. Criteria 8. Development design fit. This design aligns with need, location, and project scope in several ways. Moving from left to right. Here at the top of the screen, you can see the design of the existing bridge. On the left side of the bridge, where it ties in here, the slope is not ADA compliant, and this is corrected in the design of the new bridge. As mentioned before, the existing bridge is creosote-soaked wood, and that will be replaced with a durable steel alternative, removing these toxic materials from a sensitive habitat, enhancing the ecological value of the site. And the new bridge will be constructed with between 3 and 5 feet of additional clearance, meeting BNSF's current clearance standards. The existing bridge has wood plank decking, which can be slippery and restrict accessibility, and the new bridge will have a smooth, accessible concrete decking. The existing bridge does not provide utility connections. The TOA building that I talked about earlier had a septic field. This bridge does provide power, water, and sewer utility connections under it. And the project also adds throw fencing. If you remember my first slide, or you look here, the existing fencing on either side of the bridge is about waist high. And this is being swapped out to be a 9-foot, 8-inch throw fence to protect people from throwing things down at trains or damaging the railroad, and also keeping people safe. It's not a scalable fence. And keep it moving. The existing pathway from the bridge to North Hidden Beach is too steep for ADA access, and the new pathway meets slope requirements by curving down to the beach following a gentle grade. Access is enhanced by 3 viewpoints to rest and look out at the water. And like we talked about, the project plants more than 900 native trees and shrubs around the new bridge and pathway, enhancing the natural beauty and the environmental health of the site. Criteria 9, development design budget. The total cost of this project is estimated to be $4.384 million. This estimate is derived from 60% cost estimates produced by a professional cost estimator with appropriate escalation. This total also includes actual costs incurred from eligible pre-agreement expenses since July of 2024 for design, permitting, and cultural resources. The largest costs are site preparation and demolition of the existing bridge, as well as the fabrication and installation of the new bridge. Other costs include landscaping, the throw fencing, pedestrian handrail, ADA access, utility connections, viewpoints, and site furnishings. Permitting and 100% design are planned to be completed in early 2027, and the project should be construction ready by next fall. The project is expected to take 12 months to complete from the time that construction starts to the time that it ends. Criteria 11, project engagement methods. To develop the 2024 to 2030 system and strategic plan that we spoke about earlier, Parks Tacoma conducted an extensive public outreach campaign, including focus groups, public meetings, the statistically valid survey, and recreational trends analysis. Within the Northwest Planning area where Titlow Park is located, an in-person focus group was held in 2023, and it was a standalone meeting aimed at making sure that Titlow Park could address that service gap that we looked at earlier. It's the only park owned by Parks Tacoma that serves the West End community, and so we want to make sure that we're maintaining access to all that this park offers. From this community engagement, residents in the Northwest Planning region validated the results of the community-wide survey, clarifying that their top priorities were also improving soft service walking and hiking trails and expanding tree canopy. Additionally, Parks Tacoma has engaged the public through the Titlow Park master planning process. Beginning in the late 2000s, Parks Tacoma has been working to complete a master plan of Titlow Park. In support of this process, Parks Tacoma has convened steering committees and held several public meetings to gather input about the park. Unfortunately, as this process progressed, Parks Tacoma became aware of the problems with the TOA building and the North Hidden Beach Bridge, and would not be able to continue operating out at the site, which was included in the original master plan update. This necessitated a 2020 master plan addendum to reimagine North Hidden Beach without the Tacoma Outboard Association there. Some more community input. This effort involved several community meetings, a community workshop and tour, and an online survey to gauge public opinions and influence design in the park. The result of this public input was that the public preferred a more natural restoration of the former TOA area and did not want a drive-in destination. They wanted pedestrian-only access to North Hidden Beach. Criteria 12. This graphic shows the full results of the system and strategic plan's top investment priorities for the Northwest Planning region. This project will address the top 2 needs: natural surface walking trails and hiking trails and by maintaining and expanding access to the Titlow Park walking loop and increasing tree canopy coverage in parks and along boulevards by planting more than 130 native trees. It also adds paved pedestrian access to North Hidden Beach, providing a convenient access for swimming and other forms of direct water access. In the medium priority category, this project has opportunities for public art integration and is a keystone project for maintaining regional park access and continuing to develop Titlow Park. And criteria, I've got criteria 12, criteria 13, whichever one we're supposed to be at, project engagement partnerships. This project includes several interagency partnerships. The project has been designed in concert with BNSF Railroad, who's provided direction and approval on project design throughout. Protecting and expanding pedestrian access to North Hidden Beach is a critical step in expanding potential collaboration with programming partners as well, both internally, our Parks and Recreation programs, and externally. Titlow Park hosts the Tiptoe Through the Tide Pools program, which is a guided exploration that we do out there at the lowest tides of the year, hosted by naturalists from Point Defiant Zoo and Aquarium and the Tacoma Nature Center. And these events are free and open to the public with no pre-registration required. The North Hidden Beach site is also perfect for fostering connections with those external stakeholders, including organizations like the Tacoma Outboard Association, local and regional dive clubs, kayaking and canoeing groups, nature groups, bird watchers, environmental education programmers, and other hobbyists. And lastly, as we've discussed, this project will participate in the Parks Tacoma 1% for Art program, which will fund public art created by local artists. And with that, thank you for your time and careful consideration of this public access development project. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate that. All right. Thoughts and feedback from the committee? Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Henry. Super interesting. I have a few questions. I guess the biggest one is that in that photo there that shows the dilapidated boat launch, maybe I missed it, but is there a part of the master plan for either restoring or redeveloping or doing something with that kind of aquatic?
It's a great question. I will have more clarity on this by the time we get to evaluation. But the master planning addendum for North Hidden Beach is nearing completion and adoption. And so, yes, there is some reimagining of this site. And there are graphics that are not yet produced, but will be, that I'll be able to share with you guys next time. So yeah, not included in this project, but getting access to the site secured is a key step in being able to really know what we can do out there.
Great. Okay. And then a couple other questions. I'm sure you've considered, just like a pedestrian or pedestrian UTV maintenance access, kind of lighter weight bridge for that site, because it looks like there's no vehicle access kind of beyond there, or am I missing that?
Yeah, so we've definitely looked at doing like a pedestrian only bridge. We've gotten a lot of feedback from the community about safety. This is, more than a half a mile away from the parking lot, and there's a lot of kind of unsightly activity that can go on out there. We have a security patrol that we pay for to go keep an eye on things in the evening and at night, and they can't access all the way out here because they can't cross the bridge. So the design was partly informed by that to make sure we can get our folks out there to maintain and operate, as well as eyes out there on the site. Since we're still in the master planning process, we'll see exactly what ends up out here. And maintaining that flexibility of being able to get cars out there in the future is also, a nice added bonus.
Great.
And I can make that more clear next time for sure.
Okay, sweet. And then just the last thing was you showed the planting to, I guess, the east side of the new trail, kind of towards the tracks. And is there a planting plan or something for that west side facing the boat launch area?
Yeah. Not in the scope of this project. What's shown is what's in there, and I lost control of my presentation, but I
Oh
could
yeah, that's right.
probably
You want me to go to a
come
slide, Henry?
Yeah. It's when I'm going through the site plan with those yellow arrows, the second one shows the planting plan. One past this one. This one. Yeah. So that's
Okay.
the planting that's included in this project for now. Certainly, as we reimagine the site, there'll be opportunities for more planting, armoring removal, getting some of that junk out of there.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Reed.
Other suggestions, comments? Chris, go ahead.
I was pausing, hoping to talk too much, but I guess I wanted to check, and you touched on it in one of your thoughts about coordination with BNSF. I have been out of the loop for a little while. I thought there was some discussion around the lagoons at the south end about opening them up and maybe some larger tidal prism there. And early in the discussion, I thought there was something even about increasing the elevation of the tracks a little bit for that future project. I guess I'm just highlight that, because I had the question all the way through until the last slide, but I'm sure if BNSF is thinking about raising the tracks, they would probably also want the taller bridge there.
Correct. That's exactly right. And I avoided talking about
So
the
maybe
lagoon.
just highlighting that a little.
Sure, can do. I think the lagoon's an important piece of this story. It's a separate project, but it is. I made the choice to avoid talking about it. I can certainly provide some of that context next time. I think I've got a little bit more time to fill next time too.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. You are about a minute 45 under, so you do have just a little more time. If you need to flesh anything out.
Great.
Other thoughts or feedback? Henry, on this southern crossing and access, I can't remember how much you talked about that, but maybe a few photos and show what the limitations are and why that is not ideal. I think it's at grade, right, with the railroad, and there's some challenges there. That's why this one is important, but it might be
Certainly.
to show why, we can't just go this way easily, right?
Yep. Yeah, it is at grade, and that's the issue with it. I'll include some photos next time.
Okay. And then it looks like you are doing some trail on either side of the bridge just to ensure meets accessibility standards and stuff. I wasn't clear how much of that was included, but it looks like there's some. Yeah,
to the east, it's just a tying into the road and getting our grades right, and then to the west, this is the extent of it shown getting down to the site.
Okay. All right. Any other thoughts? Have a few more minutes if needed. Henry, I'd never heard the term throw fencing. I assume that means to prevent people from throwing junk over the.
Yeah. I had neither. That's what our design team's been calling it. So I'm just copying.
Okay. Yeah, I had never heard that before. It makes sense though. All right. Well, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, everybody. Thanks.
Okay. See you, Henry. All right. I think that brings us to lunch. A few minutes early. It's not a bad thing. Come on back. So we're ready to go at 11, or sorry, 11. I guess 1:25, and we will continue on. Any questions or for me or anything you need before we take off? Doing good? All right. Great. Thanks, everyone. See you in a bit. Well, hey, everybody, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. Looks like ALEA is here from PenMet Parks. Hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're going to present this next one?
I am.
Okay, great. Let me pull up your presentation for you. All right, that work?
That works. So
Great.
to advance it on my end, can you just let me know is that possible for me to advance slides?
That is. I will pass control to you. So go ahead and click on the screen and it should activate for you.
Perfect.
Great. Well, you have 20 minutes, so go right ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is ALEA Busich. I am the Executive Director of PenMet Parks. We manage over 650 acres of parkland property, and we evaluate potential property acquisitions on an ongoing basis. This grant application seeks funding for the acquisition of the Hallstrom property, a 14.48 acre undeveloped waterfront parcel on Colvos Passage in Gig Harbor, Washington. The primary goal of this project is to secure a new public park that provides high quality water access for our community. The property has been privately owned and used for informal recreational purposes by the same family for generations, and it remains largely untouched, aside from a deteriorating beach cabin that will be removed as part of this project. The site includes over 350 feet of direct beach frontage with abundant wildlife and opportunities for beach exploration, human-powered craft, and fishing. The upland portion of the property is forested and largely undisturbed, offering opportunities for walking and hiking, nature viewing, picnicking, and future trail development. Together, the upland and shoreline environments support a wide range of passive recreation opportunities and provide educational and stewardship opportunities for children, adults, families, and community partners. Acquiring this property will expand our network of natural parks, protect a beautiful stretch of undeveloped shoreline, and create a new public space that is centered around passive recreation and water access. The property is located in Pierce County in Washington State near Gig Harbor, south of Seattle and west of Tacoma. The red dot on the map shows the regional location. PenMet Park service area is shown on the right with a red star indicating the target property location. The maps to the left show the location in more detail, extending between Hallstrom Drive on the west and Colvos Passage on the east. This acquisition is composed of 2 parcels. This property is well suited for a new district park with water access and a beautiful beach on Colvos Passage. It will provide new opportunities for our community to get to the water, to learn about Puget Sound marine life, and enjoy a variety of water-related activities. It extends all the way out to extreme low tide and is then followed by state-owned aquatic lands and a geoduck tract as confirmed by the Department of Natural Resources. Pedestrian access and non-motorized watercraft usage will be managed to protect the integrity of the natural environment. We will add interpretive and educational signage to inform and educate park users of the shoreline and marine environments. Water-based recreational activities will include wading, picnicking, wildlife viewing, beach walks and exploration, educational programming, non-motorized watercraft launching, and nature enjoyment. The beach is easily accessed from the upland portion of the property and offers exceptional opportunities for walking, exploring, and experiencing the area's natural environment, marine life, and habitat. This is a photo from our site visit. We were first greeted by deer in the forest, and after reaching the shoreline, we watched these orcas playing just offshore. It was a remarkable moment, and it truly emphasized how naturally this project aligns with PenMet Park's mission and vision and would be a significant enhancement to our park system. One of PennMet Park's goals, as defined in our comprehensive Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, is to cultivate exceptional programs for all residents. We have developed a diverse program portfolio, which includes a variety of outdoor programs for all ages and abilities. Acquisition of the Hallstrom property will allow PennMet Parks to expand our outdoor environmental education opportunities at a new waterfront park. One of our current programs is the Harbor Wild Watch Salish Sea Scientist Camp, where campers, children visit different waterfront parks each day, learning to care for these unique habitats. We believe providing education about our local environment inspires our community to protect and steward it. We also offer programs like Junior Explorers and Eco Explorers camps, and programs for adults and active seniors, like summer beach walks, trail walks, and birding programs, as well as programs like Happy Feet and Traveling Trails, which is a specialized recreation program. This property will provide walking trails for people of all ages, and the beautiful scenery, vegetation, and variety of wildlife will provide a high-quality recreational experience. Numerous species of birds have been documented near this site on eBird. Marine birds and bald eagles are frequently seen along Colvos Passage. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Priority Species Map shows a priority habitat species listed occurrence of a mouse-eared bat on site. The upland forested property also provides opportunities for integrating environmental education and programming. These include programs like a wilderness skills camp, junior hikers group, family birding walks, as well as many other rotating programs that we offer on a year-round basis, providing enhanced opportunities to explore local habitat and wildlife. This property is ideally located geographically. It has multiple possible access points, including from Hallstrom Drive, from 125th Street Northwest and 126th Street Northwest, as well as access from a lower cul-de-sac that is near the beach. Adding public access to this property can easily be accomplished in a way that is compatible with the physical features of the site and causes minimal disturbance. The upland forested area has some existing trails and it slopes naturally to the beach, including an existing trail that leads to the beach. The existing trail to the cabin, which can be seen in this photo between the shed and the cabin, links the shoreline to the upland portion of the property. It also connects the lower cul-de-sac, which is located on the south side of the property, or the left side of this photo, to the beach. This trail corridor is already well-defined and can be improved by PennMet Parks to enhance public access to the beach. We will provide signage at the site to increase public awareness of aquatic lands, which are a finite natural resource with irreplaceable public heritage. Adding wayfinding, boundary, and educational signage will help manage public access, increase public awareness of aquatic lands, and protect shoreline and intertidal habitat. We partner with Harbor Wild Watch, which inspires stewardship through education, as well as performs environmental monitoring and data collection. Harbor Wild Watch leads beach walks at PennMet Parks waterfront parks presently that provide community education and could be expanded to this location. This slide shows a future conceptual design for the park. Although the parking area and trail system and amenities aren't part of the acquisition project, this drawing shows how the site could be enhanced in the future while protecting the integrity of the natural features of the site. This acquisition would permanently conserve a high-value shoreline ecosystem that is currently for sale and vulnerable to development. Acquisition prevents shoreline modification, vegetation clearing, and bluff disturbance, ensuring that this site will remain protected as a parkland rather than converted to private use. The lower parcel is designated Conservancy and Aquatic under Pierce County shoreline classifications, reflecting its ecological sensitivity. Public ownership by PennMet Parks ensures long-term stewardship consistent with these designations. A major environmental benefit is the removal of the shoreline cabin, which directly advances regional restoration priorities. This property lies within the Puget Sound Nearshore Ecosystem Restoration Project Shoreline Process Unit 4034, which is rated Restore High. Removing the structure allows the feeder bluff and beach to resume natural erosion and sediment delivery processes and strengthens long-term shoreline resilience. The Washington Department of Ecology's Coastal Atlas map identifies an active feeder bluff on the property. This shoreline also supports patchy eelgrass beds to the south. These are an important habitat for juvenile salmon, invertebrates, and marine species. Protecting the shoreline from further development reduces shading, armoring risk, and water quality impacts, and helps to maintain conditions that are favorable for eelgrass growth. Outdoor recreation on the Gig Harbor Peninsula includes Penmet Parks, District Parks, City of Gig Harbor Parks, and Kopachek State Parks. While we, Penmet Parks, currently provide public saltwater access at 5 of our park locations throughout the 50 square mile park system, this property is located in an area that is relatively underserved by public saltwater beach access. This map shows the Hallstrom property on the upper right. It's indicated with a red star. And it highlights a clear gap in recreation opportunities and shoreline access between Sunrise Beach Park to the south and Maplewood to the north. Acquiring this site fills that gap by adding new public water access, beach exploration, and walking and hiking opportunities, all of which directly align with community priorities and district needs. The property offers excellent potential for human-powered watercraft access, and it sits between 2 Kitsap National Water Trail sites that are currently located on Colvos Passage, Sunrise Beach Park to the south, and the Alala Bay Boat Launch and Lagoon to the north. This enhances regional connectivity for paddlers and other non-motorized craft users. We have conducted extensive community outreach to listen and learn about our community's priorities for parks and recreation services. Input received during the development of our 5-year strategic plan, as well as our comprehensive PROS plan, told us that our community values our natural resources and balances preservation with active recreation opportunities for everyone to enjoy. During our PROS plan, our most recent PROS plan outreach process in 2023, walking and hiking trails and water access ranked as the top 2 priorities identified by our community, both of which are supported at this location. As noted earlier, the Hallstrom property is undeveloped with forested uplands and a waterfront beach, making it an ideal location and amenities for a new public park. This project includes acquisition of the shoreline property and demolition of the primitive beach cabin that's currently located at the site. Following demolition, Penmet Parks will install park signage and complete additional initial trail improvements to prepare the property for safe public access. Existing informal trails that connect the forest to the shoreline and to a nearby cul-de-sac will be cleared, stabilized, and improved. Once demolition, trail work, and signage are complete, the property will open for public passive outdoor recreation, including walking and hiking, beach access, kayaking, paddleboarding, wading, wildlife viewing, nature exploration, and more. As shown earlier in the conceptual plan, a future phase could include the development of a small parking area, additional trails, and amenities like picnic tables and benches to further enhance recreation opportunities at the site. Given the condition of the shoreline cabin, demolition is anticipated to be straightforward. As described earlier, removing the beach cabin also provides a significant environmental benefit due to the site's location. The existing trail to the cabin and beach, again, which is visible in this photo between the shed and the cabin, links the shoreline to the upland portion of the property. As previously mentioned, this well-defined trail corridor can be improved by Penmet Park staff and volunteers to enhance public access to the shoreline. These existing informal beach and forest trails, which are pictured here, will be cleared and improved by Penmet Park's maintenance staff and can be supported by volunteer efforts. This site represents a wonderful opportunity to engage district volunteers at events like Parks Appreciation Day to allow community participation at a new park. This property is currently listed for sale on the Northwest MLS. This is the first time it has been on the market in over 90 years. It is located on Colvos Passage with 351 feet of prime saltwater frontage and has sweeping views of Colvos Passage, Vashon Island, Point Defiance, and the Vashon Ferry. The proposed project permanently conserves this high-value shoreline and forested upland that is presently for sale and is zoned for residential development. The rustic beach cabin would be demolished by PennMet Parks, but could provide some development opportunity for others. Pierce County has indicated that the property could be divided into 3 lots from its current 2, providing potential further development opportunities. The property is also has easy access from both Hallstrom Drive as well as 125th Street, where a community of Waterview homes with large lots is currently located. Waterfront property like this in the Gig Harbor area is highly sought after. There is significant pressure to acquire such properties for single-family homes. Although the property owners have indicated they are excited about the property potentially becoming a park, it remains listed for sale and is at risk of being purchased at any time. This acquisition by PennMet Parks would provide substantial environmental benefit by permanently conserving high-value shoreline ecosystem that is currently for sale and vulnerable to residential development. Acquisition prevents future shoreline modification, vegetation clearing, and bluff disturbance, ensuring the site remains protected as public parkland rather than developed and converted to private use. If this project is not funded, the opportunity to provide permanent public access will be lost. PennMet Parks will maintain the site in perpetuity. We currently have over 16 full-time equivalent staff responsible for parks maintenance, with an annual maintenance budget of over $2.3 million that is available for the stewardship and maintenance of parks. This would appropriately support the costs of future management of the Hallstrom property. In addition, we work with various volunteer groups who assist with trail maintenance and other associated tasks. We have adopted strategic goals related to sustainable practices and opportunities to reduce our environmental footprint. We manage our parks to incorporate things like drought-tolerant plants, native plants, removal of invasive species, and forest management to mitigate the risk of fire and damage from extreme weather. Community input and priorities are reflected in our 5-year strategic plan, as well as in our comprehensive parks, recreation, and open space plan. Multiple outreach methods were used to generate significant community input, including presentations to the Board of Park Commissioners, user focus group sessions, stakeholder interviews, public open houses, and a community-wide statistically valid survey. Ongoing engagement throughout the planning process was also available through a customized, ADA accessible, and multilingual website to ensure participation by all. Survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Using U.S. Census Bureau data, the population, age, and race distributions in the total sample were adjusted to match the actual population profile of the district more closely. Community input received during the PROS planning process clearly demonstrated a strong desire for additional waterfront access, as well as expanded hiking and walking trails. In response, PennMet Parks has developed a dedicated acquisition fund within our capital facilities plan, ensuring annual appropriations that position the district to act on strategic opportunities. We've received many letters of support for acquisition of this waterfront property to be used for public access. The project has been vetted with community members and groups, local government, state legislature, and conservation organizations. There is strong support, including from the City of Gig Harbor, Great Peninsula Conservancy, Pierce Conservation District, Harbor Wild Watch, the Washington State 26 Legislative District, Peninsula School District, Visit Gig Harbor, Pierce County, Gig Harbor Chamber of Commerce, and Visit Tacoma Pierce County. PennMet Parks works with Great Peninsula Conservancy and Pierce Conservation District to conserve land for parks. We have formalized partnerships with the Peninsula School District and Harbor Wild Watch, which inspires stewardship through an education and environmental monitoring. We work closely with our partners, community partners, to share goals related to enhancing recreational and conservation opportunities and to provide cost-efficient maintenance and operations of our parks. Many, many hours of volunteer labor go into maintaining our parks, along with volunteer monitoring efforts by Harbor Wild Watch, which is shown in the photo on the left. We recently formalized a partnership with Harbor Wild Watch to fund data collection and monitoring at several district saltwater beaches. If this project is funded, it would be a candidate to potentially include in that work in the future. Our staff will work closely with volunteers at this site, at the Hallstrom property site, to provide cost-efficient trail maintenance and learning opportunities at this future park. Thank you for your time today. We are excited about this opportunity to increase public water access in our park district. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Allie. All right, committee, let's start with Cindy and then Heather.
Hi, Allie. Thanks so much. It was a great presentation. My one concern is this is a pretty slow process. Will this money come in fast enough for you? If some big developer swoops in and offers them, you know, buckets of money, do you have a plan to kind of keep them on the hook while you're waiting to find out if you get matching funds?
So the property certainly is at risk of development. And so we are doing our best to communicate with the landowner. They've indicated interest in this becoming a park. However, this property is currently listed for sale.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. If you could secure, you know, an option or first right of refusal, that would be obviously a good thing. Or if you need to jump on it and buy it sooner, we have what we call a waiver of retroactivity. It's one of our policies that, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that or not, but it allows you to buy it ahead of time and preserve eligibility. Heather, go ahead, and then Brittany.
Yeah, that was really exactly my question. If there were any plans to secure the property now and request a waiver of retroactivity or some other way to secure it under an option agreement or something. It seems like that, you know, funds don't come online until July. That could be a big risk. Also, and I guess if you end up doing that, describe more about the threat that would exist even if it's secured under a waiver. My other question is, I think I heard you say the demolition is included in this project proposal, but I don't see anything in the budget about that. So just
We
something
will,
to think of.
Okay, thank you.
Breaking
we
that
will,
out,
we'll
yeah.
Yeah.
And sort of a question maybe for Carl too, is I feel like I've seen some just acquisition only projects through RCO that also have to do a cultural resource assessment. So I don't know if that's true. That would be something also to budget for.
Yes, and yes.
Okay.
So yeah, it used to be, well, we pretty much have to do cultural resources on everything, even if you're just buying land and developments in the future. It's almost always requested that you know, some sort of survey or assessment is done. Brittany, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Allie. Heather and I have just been on the same page all day. I feel like I'm always jumping off your questions. But with regard to the demolition of the cabin, it looks really close to the shoreline there. And I'm wondering if the demolition would be by barge. And if so, I guess build that into your budget because that can get expensive and like constrains timelines as well.
Thank you. Yes, it most likely would be by water.
Okay. And then my other question is, it seems like you've done a lot of community outreach on this, but you also referenced a nearby cul-de-sac. And I'm just wondering if you've connected with the neighbors specifically about this project and how do they feel about it?
We have not yet had direct conversations with the immediate neighbors. That would certainly be a part of the project process if this were moving forward.
Great, thanks, Brittany. Other thought, Heather, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess that sort of reminds me when you were presenting, I was thinking about where the cul-de-sac was, because if there's feeder bluffs, it looked like the feeder bluff map went across the entire property. So I was kind of trying to picture where the low bank access was exactly and how that all fits in. And I don't think I saw like a topographic map, but maybe that would be helpful too, to kind of imagine where the trails and access would be versus any high bank bluff.
Thank you. That's certainly something we can provide. The cul-de-sac is not located in like a low bank area. It is located still on a bluff, but it's much closer to the beach than Hallstrom Drive.
Thanks. Elise, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. That's really interesting. So you mentioned that Met Park would maintain the site long term. So do you anticipate needing to increase your operational capacity to do that, or do you have a plan for, as you like acquire land, increasing staffing to do that? Or yeah, any thoughts on that?
Yes, we do. So we take maintenance of these public assets very seriously. And so we do use data and metrics and needs to determine what that annual maintenance and operation budget looks like. And would continue to do that if this property were acquired.
Good, thank you. Other thoughts or feedback for Ken, Matt? ALEA, I think one thing that would help is to overlay property boundary lines on a lot of like this one especially. I think it's this rectangle kind of behind there that's mostly undeveloped, but and also on like aerial photos, even if it's just approximate, it's helpful to have that visual.
Thank you. That's really helpful feedback. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. And then I think, and then here, so you have a pretty robust park system, but to highlight the ones that are similar, which are much fewer, right? Say we only have, 3 or 4 with a similar kind of experience or opportunity, and call those out. There's a lot of information here, so circle or something to describe that could be helpful. Why this is sort of a gap in your inventory. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of my comments early on were about the risk and the timing, and so those are addressed. But maybe also showing the potential, like the development risk. I noticed that it looks like maybe 1 or 2 parcels to the north is just recently had a house built right on the edge of the feeder bluff. I think maybe that's the clearing in that picture. Yep, and just the kind of like Carl was saying, like you could potentially show like this being divided into 3 lots and houses going in, and the number of trees that would be removed with that happening. It just goes to show the risk a little bit.
Thank you.
But otherwise, yeah, great neat parcel and neat opportunity there.
Yeah, it's a great idea, Chris. Reed, go ahead.
Yeah, along those same lines, I was curious about that cabin that's to the beach just to the south. And if you've had any conversations with that. You could stay on that same aerial. But there was another that last aerial that showed, yeah, that one shows just to the south, there's that other cabin
down here.
I'm curious if just what those folks think, or if you've even had conversations with them about potential acquisitions or anything like that.
Not yet.
Thanks.
Great. Other thoughts? Awesome. Well, thanks, Allie. And be sure to reach out to your grants manager if it looks like you might need a waiver, might need to, acquire this sooner to save it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and your questions and your feedback. Thanks. We appreciate it.
All right, we'll see you later.
Thank you.
All right, next up, looks like we're headed south to Washougal. And who is presenting for Washougal today?
Corinthia Barnhart.
Hello, Corinthia, welcome.
Thank you. Hi.
Hold on, give me a second to pull up your PowerPoint. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I can pass controls to you or advance the slides on your behalf. What do you prefer?
You could, I think it'd be best if you advance the slides for me.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, just say next and I can do that. Whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Corinthia Barnhart with the City of Washougal, and I'm presenting the Schmid Family Park Phase 1 Shoreline Access and Restoration Project. This project is located along the Washougal River and is intended to create safe and managed public shoreline access while restoring and protecting the river corridor. This is important because the project is not just about getting people to the water. It's about responding to the fact that people are already trying to access the river informally and designing a better way to do that while reducing shoreline impacts. This is phase 1 of the broader Schmid Family Park development effort, but this phase is designed to stand on its own as a complete shoreline access and restoration project. Next slide, please. Okay, regional location. Washougal is in eastern Clark County near the Columbia River Gorge, and the project site is along the Washougal River. This matters because the river is central to Washougal's identity, but safe public access to it is limited. And although nearby residents will benefit directly, this park also serves the broader Washougal community and visitors who come to the area for river access, trails, nature-based recreation, and access to the gorge region. This is a riverfront site, so the project sits directly within the kind of aquatic land context ALEA is intended to support through access, education, protection, and long-term stewardship. Next slide, please. Okay, and we're going to zoom in a little bit closer here on the site location. Schmid Family Park is located in a growing part of Washougal near residential neighborhoods, schools, existing parks, and other community destinations. You can follow along and see using that legend there what sort of park amenities and other amenities we have. The park sits within a community fabric where schools, neighborhoods, and existing park resources are nearby, but formal access to the Washougal River remains limited. That makes this site an important opportunity to create a safer public connection to the river. And the city acquired the property for park purposes in 2016, and RCO has already played a significant role in supporting the long-term vision for Schmid Family Park. This application is just the next step in moving from acquisition and planning toward implementation. Next slide, please. Project site. Okay, so this slide shows the relationship between the existing site entry area, the open upper portion of the park, the lower riverfront area, and the Washougal, I want to orient myself here, and the Washougal River, of course. So here's the access and staging area, which we'll be able to see in other pictures as we move along. And here is the managed shoreline access that we anticipate with this project and the pathway down there. So the lower river portion is where the access demand and restoration opportunity come together. It's where people are already trying to reach the water, and it is also where unmanaged access can create the greatest shoreline impacts. So, and during the master planning process, the community consistently expressed interest in river access, viewpoints, trails, habitats, and nature-based recreation. This phase reflects the feedback by focusing on access and restoration rather than heavy development. Next slide, please. Okay, so our fit with public access goals. The central public access benefit is that this project creates a clear, managed way for people to reach and experience the Washougal River. Right now, there is no formal shoreline access point at Schmid Family Park. The accessible route shown here, right through here, as you can see on our visual, is important because it directs people toward the appropriate access point, and instead of allowing informal routes to continue spreading through the site. And by concentrating that access at a stabilized location, the project improves public access while reducing unmanaged shoreline impacts, which is the central focus here, with public access designed in a way that protects the aquatic resource. This expands access for nearby residents and the broader community by creating a safer, more predictable riverfront experience. Next slide, please. Okay, so the protection value is not separate from the public access value. Right now, people are reaching the river through informal routes, and by guiding them to one managed access location, we reduce trampling, vegetation loss, and erosion pressure across the shoreline. The planting zones that you can see depicted here and stabilization areas are focused where they can improve riparian function, reduce erosion, and support long-term river corridor health. And the goal here is not simply to build an amenity, it's to restore native riparian vegetation, protect sensitive areas, and create a shoreline condition that can sustain public use without continued degradation. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have an aerial view here of the, within the site. So this is the existing gravel site entry. An access area. It gives the city a practical starting point for phase one, but it does not currently provide a safe, formal, intuitive route to the river, and we'll be able to see a little bit later. If you look in this area right here, this is where this goes to the little upland area and down. If you were to follow this down, it dips down, it goes to the floodplain, and we'll be able to see that better later. Excuse me. So the community has a riverfront park property, but without formal circulation and shoreline access, the public experience is limited and uneven. So through the Schmid Family Park planning process, residents prioritize river access, viewpoints, habitat, and passive recreation. And the city received over 451 survey responses, and those responses helped shape the phase one focus. So this property was acquired for park purposes in 2016, and and this has been a longstanding community investment and expectation. So phase one begins delivering on that promise. Next slide, please. Local priorities. Okay, so these are social trails, and they were not designed or built or developed by the city, but the public has created them because people are trying to reach the river. This is information, right? This tells us something important. The demand is already there. People are showing us the routes they're taking and confirming what we heard through our engagement process, that they want access to the river. So because these routes are informal, they're not designed for safe circulation, accessibility, erosion control, or long-term maintenance. They can be narrow, overgrown, as you can see, uneven, and hard to manage. And as these informal routes multiply, they fragment vegetation and concentrate foot traffic in places that were not designed to absorb that use. This project gives the community what they are already seeking, but does it in a way that's safer for people and better for the shoreline. From this view, we would be looking back up toward the, in the left picture, up toward that site gravel, the site access gravel area. And this would be down in the lower floodplain area, headed towards the river. And this is another area that my residents have been using this little trail, and it goes to another informal river access point. Next slide, please. Okay, so the need for protection. The image on the left shows unmanaged access down to the river, and the image on the right shows erosion and loss of riparian vegetation. So together, these show why this is not just an access project, but this is a protection project. These conditions are already present. And without intervention, continued informal access will keep wearing down the bank, disturbing vegetation and reducing habitat function. The proposed project addresses this by creating a managed access point, stabilizing vulnerable areas, and restoring native riparian vegetation so public use is concentrated and shoreline impacts are reduced. This is a small but meaningful intervention along the Washougal River corridor. It protects the site while also improving how people experience and understand the river. Next slide, please. One moment. Did it skip? I'm so sorry. What slide number are we on? I'm not sure if I hit my mouse.
This is slide number 10.
Okay.
So you're just on
slide 10. Okay.
Here, this was 9, and then
thank you. Okay, good. I just
10.
I apologize for that. I wanted to make sure
No
that
problem.
I didn't do anything there. Okay, so this slide shows the main phase 1 components. The accessible pathway, as you can see, the managed shoreline access and restoration, viewpoint overlook areas, and I apologize, and the repair and restoration and shoreline stabilization. Here we can see, I apologize. I think I froze. So here we can see the guided way or the guided pathway that we expect to take for this phased scope of the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so suitability for protection. This site is well suited because the public access demand is already present and the shoreline has clear opportunities for restoration and stabilization. These photos show how directly the site connects to the Washougal River, and that direct connection makes the site valuable for public access, but it also means unmanaged access can affect the river edge. So the project can improve public access and ecological function in the same footprint, which is why it is a strong fit for this purpose. And because the park is near neighborhoods, schools, and existing community facilities, this is a practical and visible place to model better shoreline stewardship. Next slide, please. Okay, so these photos show that unmanaged access and erosion are not hypothetical future concerns. They are active existing conditions. This reflects a clear urgency to act. The longer the site functions through informal access, the more likely we are to see continued vegetation loss, bank disturbance, and safety concerns. The city has completed master planning and concept design, developed a cost estimate, identified permitting needs, and a narrowed phase 1 to a fundable and implementable scope. And, oops, excuse me. Next slide, please. Okay. We have development, design, and fit. And these are just some precedent images that we can see what concentrated and accessible, what concentrated and accessible access would look like, to include, while this is not a trails project, that accessibility and again, addressing the informal pathways. This is potentially what this could look like with a low impact design that responds to floodplain. Next slide, please. Okay, so development design budget. The important point here is this is not just a concept without a path forward. The city has completed concept design, developed a planning level cost estimate, and identified permits and is ready to advance to final design. So the budget reflects the current level of design and includes appropriate planning level contingencies for shoreline and floodplain work. So this is, just sort of the sequence of through design, cost, permitting, construction, the path from this application to implementation, and the project is ready for the next phase of work. Final design, permitting, bid preparation, and construction if funded. Next slide, please. Okay, so on our budget, the total project cost is $1,015,000, as we can see here. It includes the site entry access work, accessible trails, managed shoreline access, overlook and site amenities, repairing, restoration, permitting, contingency, and A&E. This estimate is based on comparable project bid data, local construction costs, et cetera, and contingency appropriate for this type of work. It reflects a focused phase one. We're not trying to build the entire park at once. We are funding the access and restoration elements that are most aligned with this vision. And because this is shoreline and floodplain adjacent work, the budget does include that contingency for permitting assumptions so that the project can realistically move through final design. Next slide, please. Okay, restoration, design, and viability. The restoration elements are targeted to stabilize the eroding bank, as you can see here, and reduce sediment loss, restore native riparian vegetation, and improve river corridor health. It doesn't just simply plant the vegetation and hope it survives. It changes how people move through the site programming, which reduces the pressure that is contributing to the degradation. So the restoration strategy relies on native riparian planting and lower maintenance approach that supports long-term shoreline function. And this is the first step in establishing Schmidt as a riverfront park where public access and ecological stewardship are designed together. Next slide, please. Restoration, design, and viability. So if we look at these images on the left, it's intended to show, or these images are intended to show the difference between unmanaged, eroded access, and a more stabilized, intentional shoreline condition. So on the left, the person in that image helps show the scale of the existing conditions. That is the access right there. It goes straight down to the water from that rock area. And then the conceptual, condition shows the direction we want to move, a shoreline edge that still allows people to experience the river, but in a way that's safer, more stable, and less damaging. So this is the heart of the project. We are not trying to keep people away from the river, of course. We are trying to create access to the shoreline that is sustainable and provide our community exactly what we know that they are wanting. Next slide, please. Okay, our engagement methods. We used multiple engagement methods because not everybody participates in the same way. So yes, we had an online survey, we had 2 open houses, but for those who might not want to attend that type of engagement, we did have a couple of pop-ups at our community events, and of course, Parks Board, City Council input, intentional stakeholder coordination, website updates, flyers, and social media. So we went beyond the traditional open houses so that we could reach the broader community as much as possible through this process. And the online survey gave us over 450 responses, which truly gave us a strong picture along with the rest of the engagement methods of community priorities. So I do want to mention that we also intentionally reached to our stakeholders such as the Port of Camas and Washougal and Clark County Legacy Lands and the Schmidt family and other local partners. Okay, next slide, please. So project engagement with our community. What we heard consistently was that the community values river access, habitat, viewpoints, trails, and nature-based recreation. So this feedback is what directly shaped this phase of the scope. Instead of leading with heavy park development, the project focuses on shoreline access, restoration, passive recreation, and stewardship. The photos show both formal open house engagement, so kind of what we talked about earlier, and then especially the events that we were able to engage families and youth and neighbors, which we did have a good majority. We had intentional stakeholder meetings with the neighbors, and the neighbors did attend my open houses and some of my other events as well. Okay, and so this project reflects a clear community message through all of this. We learned people want to experience the river, but they also value the natural character of the site. Next slide, please. Okay, project engagement and partnerships. Again, the project is supported by a network of city departments, elected leadership, community stakeholders, and regional partners. within the city, parks, public works, planning, leadership, and elected officials, have our council, right? They've all been a part of this process and moving this project forward. We also have the support and coordination from partners such as the Port of Kamas-Washougal, Clark County Legacy Lands, and the Watershed Alliance. And of course, ensuring to consult with our tribes on things like environmental stewardship, cultural guidance, collaborative planning as we move through this. And these partnerships matter because this is a riverfront project. So it requires coordination across all these facets. Next slide, please. So the Schmid Family Park Phase 1 creates safe, managed shoreline access to the Washougal River while reducing unmanaged riverbank impacts and restoring riparian function. This property was acquired for public park purposes in 2016, and the community has been very clear that they want access to the river, habitat protection, viewpoints, trails, and nature-based recreation. This project serves to start delivering to the community on that. Thank you, and I welcome any and all questions and feedback.
Great, thank you, Corinthia. All right, questions and suggestions from the committee? Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Corinthia. Few things. I think the first thing was when you're doing this again, if you want to show, it sounded like you were trying to show where things were with your mouse, but because Carl has control, we couldn't see what you're what you're pointing at. So that would be a thing. And then I'd love to see what your phase 2, if you have a master plan, like this is phase 1, just show us what your phase 2 looks like and how they link up. And then I noticed, I'm pretty sure there was knotweed showing on the photo of the current shore access. And so talking about what you're going to do for invasives and that kind of thing would be great. And but like, yeah, we have this terrible invasive right here and we're going to deal with it as part of this project or something.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Good, thanks, Reed. Lauren, go ahead, and then Chris.
Yes, I'm wondering if the Washougal River is a salmon-bearing river.
Yes.
Okay, that might be something helpful to point out as a particular benefit with the restoration of the shoreline.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Lauren. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Corinthia, for the presentation. I was going to say the same, similar with the pointer issue, and maybe it was just my internet, but I was really lagging on the slides, so I was kind of lost a couple times. But that could have been on my end. But it seems like the presenter having controls has seemed to work better. But again, that could have been me. Two questions I had, or two maybe things to look into. You mentioned the tribal outreach and coordination kind of at the very end there. But I'm curious if you could expand on that a little bit more next time. Did they have an opportunity to weigh in on design considerations? Maybe try to incorporate some of the traditional knowledges and different things that maybe what else besides they're aware of it or they support it might we learn. And then I don't know the Washougal very well, but I assume there's like a watershed restoration plan, and maybe highlighting if this type of work is something that's in that watershed restoration plan. Clearly, this is a very very developed lower watershed. The floodplain looks like it's pretty much non-existent, and so true restoration is awfully hard to achieve down here. It looks like it needs a ton of wood in the river, but that may not be an option. I know that's not the goal of your project, but the floodplain looks completely disconnected. So I'm curious. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe trying to tie it back to what restoration values are really gonna happen here.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Cindy, go ahead.
Hi, great presentation. On one of your slides, you showed the unmanaged access point that happens along the river. It looks like it was a little bit further. Are we looking maybe southwest a little bit? Is there anything in the plans to block that off once you have the other one open? Is that part of the scope? And if it's not, maybe a mention about that, because it doesn't mean everyone will use the designated
Right,
spots if you
okay.
don't block off the other ones. So that might be something to think about.
Okay,
But that was
you.
it. Yep.
Great, thank you. Heather, go ahead, and then Elise.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering something along the same lines. So there's this designated access that sort of looks like it's down a stairway area, and I'm kind of picturing everybody is going to want to be up on that gravel area. So, and like little kids and things like that are going to have to go down the stairs, and then they're probably going to walk up the river. How do you keep them from just going off your trail a little further up? I'd just be kind of curious about what the thought process is behind that design and how you keep them from going off trail just a little further up.
Good, thank you. Elise, go ahead.
Thank you for a great presentation. Your application mentions that you'll likely need to do cultural resources. You didn't mention it in the presentation, but I'm wondering if you're intending that would be included in your line item for permits. You have $50,000 set aside for permitting. Does that include cultural resources? If it does, I would add that there. And this is a bit of a theme we've been talking about, but I would make sure when you're budgeting for that to make sure you have a quote you can be confident in, because it can get expensive. So I wouldn't want that cost to derail the rest of the project.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we did have some cultural resources done on the site. I anticipate, like at the start of this project, when we went through the cleanup and after the property purchase, et cetera. But I do anticipate that we will be having to do more extensive or site specific around this area. And I thought I had it in the contingency, but I'll make a note of that if I don't have that in there. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Cynthia, I think this brown line is like a future loop trail. Like it doesn't exist yet, right? Yeah.
Yes, it does not exist yet, and this is the anticipated trail or loop that we're wanting to see down there. As the conditions right now kind of show the social path almost making the same loop, and on the what would be, I guess, the south side of the accessible pathway. But no, that is for the future in terms of how we want to program the trail around the lower floodplain area with interpretive signage.
And is that part of this proposed scope, or like a future is it? You're okay. The loop. Okay.
How extensive that might look, again, as we get into construction costs, et cetera, but the trail, the accessible pathway is the primary, and then going from there to kind of guide that with this scope is our anticipated plan. But I will make that more clear on when I'm going over the slide.
Great. And I might have missed this, but I can't remember what sort of public use. Like, is this suitable for swimming, or is the water too fast? Is it like a put in site for kayaks or tubing, or?
It's not a kayak space. It's not, I mean, maybe tubing. I mean, you can always see folks going down in tubes regardless of the entry point, but this is a wading. So, and I'll emphasize this is a wading / beach area. It's not even conducive to dropping off your kayak. People come here to enjoy the river and the natural vegetation around there. It's just a nice, pretty spot. And we don't have any formal, or other than Sandy Swimming Hole, there are not very many formal swimming areas. In Washougal, they use this informally. So it's a waiting space. Sometimes it gets a little bit higher, but no active recreation or motorized or even kayak launch. That's not the anticipated use of this entry point.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Just curious, and I wasn't sure if I missed it. Yeah, and I'd try to get, as the weather gets nicer, before you come back in August, get some pictures of people out there using it, right? And that's always nice to see.
Thank you.
And then I think, hold on, quick, if I can get to, yeah. So when you're talking about like restoration design, you were mostly showing like public access features. So I would show some more like if you're restoring this whole shoreline and really making one designate, show the public access stuff when you're responding to public access, and then tell us about your restoration work.
Okay.
In this criteria. Elise, go ahead.
I realize we're at time, but I just wanted to quickly ask, you mentioned in the partnership section some conversation with the Schmid family, who I, without having previous knowledge, assume was the former property owner when you acquired this. So I'm just curious about their ongoing relationship with your agency and how that kind of relationship works.
Okay. Yes, I will make sure to include that. And also, they are a good majority of the Schmidt family are the adjacent neighbors. They're not all the adjacent neighbors, so it is relevant in more than, yes, they were the original property holders, and then when the city took over ownership and purchased the property through legacy lands, there was a lot of intention from multiple facets. I'll make sure to maybe elaborate more on the stakeholders and partners there.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Corinthia. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, you too. Bye. All right, break time. Come on back at 2:40 and we will continue on. Well, hey everybody, looks like Jeff is here from Paulsboro. Hello, Jeff.
Carl,
Nice to see you. Welcome. Pull up your PowerPoint for you.
I should have changed my background to be more aquatic themed. I didn't seize that opportunity.
Yeah, you're in the mountains there today.
Oh, that's because I did Mount St. Helens 2 weeks back, and it was just the best adventure. So I'm itching to go back, if you say.
All right, hold on. My quick link decided not to work. Let me try it this way.
But after this weekend, I should have go hit Lake Chelan's Lakeshore Trail. That's supposed to be a phenomenal trail that goes up to Stedeacon, 17 miles or so.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. All right, hold on. Gonna have to do this differently because the regular link didn't work. All right, how's that? Am I sharing the right screen?
It looks, oh, look at that. I think that's the only animation. I didn't think I had animations.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, that's fancy. All right, I can pass you control or advance the slides on your behalf, whatever you would prefer.
But I have control, please.
Okay. All right, go ahead and click on the screen and see if. There we go.
Oh,
all right.
Super. Okay.
Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You got 20 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jeff Osnick. I'm the Parks and Rec Director for the City of Paulsboro. Excited to talk about the waterfront boardwalk restoration. A little bit about where it's located, because that's where Paulsboro is. Here's where the boardwalk is within Liberty Bay in Paulsboro. Bit better of a snapshot, a little satellite, and you'll learn more about this. And here's what the project is. This boardwalk is a long time one. It's from the 1970s. It's a historic, culturally relevant boardwalk. Importantly, it connects two of our parks in downtown corridor, Mural Iverson Williams and American Legion Park, the oldest park of 100 years old in Paulsboro. It also has exceptional use. So we have a way where we can track data, and we have 142,000 people have visited just the waterfront park, the south end component. And that's setting foot in the park, not the parking lot. We'll talk a little bit about that data later on. So a little bit about what this is and how it connects with public access goals. It provides access. That's what it does. It's a hiking trail. It's a urban connector. It gives people connection from the downtown urban area to the waterfront to either enjoy on the boardwalk or get down into the tidelands themselves. And they can do so safely, and they can have a variety of different recreational opportunities, which you'll see here. Again, it's a renovation of the existing 50-year-old boardwalk along Liberty Bay, and it's really to make sure that we don't lose access for the public to the tidelands and to Liberty Bay. This is not being, there's not many chances to put one of these new in nowadays. What's fabulous, and you're like me who's an environmental educator, or at least the background of one, is it gets kids active. And so it provides access to tidelands where you can do beach naturalists, environmental education classes. We're also going to be taking a look, and you'll see it again in photos, replacing the grading with, replacing the decking with grading to allow for light penetration. It just has it because it's Bryce grandfather. It's time to do that. Other rec opportunities outside of Tideland is it's a great birding area. We do have folks who fish from there, but it's quite shallow as you saw because it's Tidelands. And I have seen people with towels who have swam from that beach. It's fabulous. But the main thing is it connects the urban area. It's where everybody goes. And all they have to do is just walk over. It's not a long drive at all. They're already there. It does actually advance the intent of the Shoreline Management Act. For all the reasons I just said, providing access, environmental stewardship. And one of the important parts of this is what else do we have? So we're not just taking this as a silo of information. We do have two other access points. They're not ideal, they're not the same, but it's important for you to be cognizant of what else Paulsboro has for our community to access the tidelands and aquatic lands. So we have Oyster Plant Park in West Paulsboro. We'll have a slide for each here. This is one of my favorite parks, and 2 years ago I did a presentation on oyster plant. This is see the spiral in the top right, that green area. So that's oyster plant, that's city. And then we have the pier that goes over it, and then it drops down to the floating dock. That's our local swimming hole. That's the most popular place in the summer. It's beloved by the community. It also is very old, and we have a structural firm. That's not for this conversation, but we're working on upgrading that and wrapping it with fiberglass and epoxy, so it will last 20 plus more years. This park though only has really, if you look at that spiral, it only has parking for 3+1 accessible. So it doesn't really serve a large need. All that parking on the top screen is a privatized parking through the marina. So it's a postage stamp, a beloved postage stamp, but it doesn't do what the boardwalk does. Nor does this park, which I'm excited for when we have some funding lined up for it. And this is West Coastway Park, as you saw on the overall map. It's undeveloped. This is a road end. Off to the right of the screen is a house. I just didn't want to put them in the public presentation. So there is no parking. It's not developed. It has a lot of potential. This is a future grant and a future idea of how we're going to develop this best for the community. But there is no current access unless you flip it straight through those bushes and you get out in the tunnels. Those are the two access points that we have outside of the waterfront boardwalk. So why is this a local priority? It's part of the urban trail. It connects both of those parks. And that's the main thing is people come to Waterfront Park. And we have 142,000 visitors just in the park. But that's if they spend 10 full minutes just in that park. If they're spending some time getting out of their car, it blossoms to about 500,000 folks. Needless to say, Polso has a population of 13,000. This is a lot more that this is serving a regional and larger community. Plus, it's just neat. I love boardwalks. This is not an AI image. This is real. It is popular because it's beautiful, and people come and sit here and they enjoy. They rest. They reflect. It's how I walk to work from where this office is. I love this boardwalk. But this is where people go. They grew up here. We have Vikings. Did you know this? So this is a real photo too. And no, they don't set the boardwalk on fire. And this is permitted through the fire department. So it's in case these questions come up. But it's culturally significant. If you see my enthusiasm, it's because who has something like this? This is real. This happens frequently. So Viking Fest was this last weekend. Midsummer and Yule Fest. We have various marathons and runs. And we have our Liberty Bay Marina Festival coming up in 2 weeks. It is culturally significant. And yes, I did take that photo. My mother-in-law was thrilled when she saw this. Okay, talk a little bit about numbers. So I gave you numbers, but let's actually graph this. That large spike is Viking Fest. So this is last year's numbers I pulled. But last week we had that same spike where Polso goes from 13,000 to 40,000+ folks we found. But again, it's an iconic amenity. It's part of the heritage. And this is just tying in the numbers to the little part of the park, not the full scope. It gets much bigger by make a larger geofence. I'm thankful that it's not used a lot in 2 a.m., but it is used on the dusk and all the time. It's not occasional usage. And it supports a wide variety of recreational opportunities, which you covered a little earlier. This is neat. This is a heat map of who actually comes to the waterfront. People come from all across the country. I didn't zoom out on that because the majority are from Puget Sound. And part of this focus is why are aquatic lands so important? Because this is an easy way if they're not familiar, which they should be based on where they live. But here's an access point, and they're actually using this access point. It is the only public tideland accessible to the proximity of the downtown. So the other two I showed you, there's 3 parking spaces down at Oyster Plant. You have to go pretty far. That's about a half-hour hike maybe from downtown along fjord. And the other one has no parking. And unfortunately, much Polso's shoreline is privatized for access points. This letter, you'll see a little bit more of. It's a letter of support from the Port of Polso. I believe they're very eloquent support. A little bit about the boardwalk itself, so you have an idea of the scope of this. It's long. It's made out of wood, mostly, and that's why it's deteriorated over 50 years. We've replaced the decking numerous times. Even the Trex decking is rotting, and we'll see photos. But what's great is it provides opportunities. You can see all of Liberty Bay, and importantly, you can access Liberty Bay through the north staircase. people do this. You can see it's not the preferred access point because this was designed years ago. But it gives you an idea of how to get down to the tidings. Also shows you why we need to start renovating this, because there's a lot of deterioration. We make sure it's safe enough to utilize, and there's been, camera if I have in my other slides, you'll see some warning where we have to do temporary shutdowns to do repairs, but it's well past its time. And you'll see, it's not just me saying that, it's a structural firm that has done an analysis on this. So part of the scope is to repair and make this area more accessible for public use to get down and out of the line. And also to mitigate the erosion. Yeah. So let's dive into a little bit about what's actually going on. I'm not going to overwhelm you with a lot. This is probably the slide that has the most data. But we hired a firm back in 21, 22 to do a structural assessment. So they go through, they check out all the timbers to see how everything's working. And overall, the boardwalk is fair to poor condition. And there was a number of priority repairs. And I say priority, and now we need to start fixing. It's not unsafe to walk on, but it needs to be fixed soon, really soon. Hence this grant opportunity. This gives you a sense of some of the issues with the rot that's happening. We're not going to be, the goal isn't to pull out all these pilings, it's to wrap them actually and mitigate them and extend their lifespan. So encapsulate them. It's the term that our engineers use. So we can actually keep the structure. So it has minimal impact to the environment. So we're not making things out of that one. It gives you a sense again what the underneath structure looks like. The rock that's happening is fixed. Again, I'm not an engineer, but my understanding on this is we do not need to remove the timbers. We can epoxy them, and we can also fiberglass wrap them, encapsulate them, stop some marine growth from penetrating, and also stop deterioration of leaching of things going into the water. A lot of our deck boards are cracked. A lot of things just don't look that good. I'm going to let the photo speak for itself on this. Yes. This is sometimes how we find out about these issues. Facebook sometimes is very helpful sometimes. And that is when we find that there's holes that just appear on the boardwalk. It's the decking is not doing well whatsoever. So as soon as they're identified, we replace that decking, and it's past its prime. How we identify this is it's been identified by our city council and our community members. This is heritage. They grew up with this boardwalk. It's active every single day of the year. It's active dawn and dusk of the year, and it supports a variety of cultural festivals and educational recreational opportunities. But it's had consistent closures for the reasons listed on this slide. This decking, another photo we found. This one was a couple weeks ago, actually. It's going to be replaced by grading. Grading's better for a variety of reasons, but light penetration is really a fantastic one. And then just slippage. Things get, you can tell they get a little slimy, right? With our guard control and weather. Back to the design fit. This, you already heard about the community loop. 50 years old, folks utilize it. It connects both of these. There is no replacement. If this goes away, there is none. People will just take the sidewalk. They will lose access. I'm not trying to be fatalistic, but they will lose access from the urban area to the waterfront. All they'll have is from, they'll have viewpoints from Earl Iverson Williams Park to the south, but there is no access points for that matter. And going down a boat launch is not a good idea. That's not an access point. Don't put it for boats. This gives you an idea. So the project scope, we have the structural assessment that came in. They gave a recommendation for this. We'll see the budget coming up. But again, fixing the pilings, fixing the joists, full replacement of the decking. We did replace all the rails just because if you leaned on the rails last year, the chance that you would keep leaning straight off. So we temporarily fixed those. But the railings also need to be fixed. On hardware, this is old hardware. And then the other components on this is we talked a little bit about that south access area where you saw the stairs go down and made that a lot more friendly for folks going up and down into that. And then making sure that we maintain and improve the ADA accessibility. Right now, the boardwalk going along it, it's operational, is fully accessible. We're really thrilled about that. And that's important because that's also a town-wide goal and it's a citywide goal to make sure every user with different abilities will work. All right, budget time. So again, constructed in the 70s, it needs an extensive restoration. Can be deck replacement, structural repairs, Permitting takes more time than I'm a Parks and Rec guy. I'm thankful for all my colleagues who help with permitting. Permitting takes time because there's fish windows, there's other areas, and then tides, as you saw, the lowest tide was, I think yesterday. I think it's the lowest tide. We have 250,000 secured for design, so we're starting that work. So you're not seeing preliminary designs because we haven't got the design part into that. And then we're estimating based on cost, and that was through our city engineer, anywhere from 1.4 to 2.5 million for this. And it really just depends on permitting and mitigation requirements. I will say that we're really thankful to Representative Greg Nance and Representative Tara Simmons. Yeah, we approached them. We walked. Representative Nance came and walked the boardwalk with our mayor and Public Works Department, and just showed them firsthand why this is important and the condition of it. It clicked, and he was able to work with Representative Simmons and secured roughly 257,000 from our legislature to help support this, to move it forward. So we're not just having the RCO saying we need all of this. It's going to be an effort, a lot of slices of the pie, but it's an expensive project, and it's one that has to be done. How we've engaged the community. So this is Waterfront Parks. This is what it looks like. This is our summer concert series. This is what it looks like. It was even more packed last weekend. And then folks walk just a little north from there on the boardwalk right there. On a normal day, we'll have less than those folks, but it's still pretty busy. We work with community groups. We work with a lot of different event organizers because of runs, walks. The Vikings with torches. We want to know about those before they do it. We've met with council, commissioners. We've done in-person outreach. So we have identified and heard feedback from folks about that this has to happen. That's higher on the planning list. It's now about how do we make it work? That's why I'm in front of you. Additionally, just context-wise, we just finished our comp plan update. We need to accommodate an extra 5,600 people. Like it's a 40, almost 40% population growth for 20 years. This boardwalk needs to last through that and accommodate those new users as well. We also have a wonderful letter of support from the port. We can get them from other partners as well. Haven't secured those this moment for this presentation, but thank you. Just so you can see that it is widely supported. And what we've heard from folks, and these are with the mechanisms listed, is yes, the Audubon supports this. I don't have a letter, but we're working on that because it's a birding opportunity. There's a great opportunity as well for environmental signage, for cultural interpretive signs, and really just to provide why our watershed is so darn important. So folks can have passive recreation and learn as they go. I love that. My favorite way is when we go to a park. We do have strong support from, that is uploaded over in our prison portal from commissioners for the port, and they have visitors. And we have an enormous amount of support from our cultural partners. This is a different photo, and that procession is fairly long. It's a cherished boardwalk. It's where people gather, where kids hold hands and they have their first kiss. This is where it is. That's our waterfront boardwalk. That's Shrub in the Fall. Gives you a sense of how it just invites me to go walk that. And we would like to make sure it lasts another 15 years for our growing community and accessible for everybody. So with that, I'm open and available for questions and suggestions.
Great, thank you, Jeff. All right, feedback from the committee. Brittany, go ahead.
Hi, Jeff. Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if anyone has done sea level rise assessments for this boardwalk, and if the designs will accommodate any sea level rise projections for this area.
Let's make sure I'm understanding you. Did you say sea level, sea wall?
Sea level rise.
Oh, interesting. And the question was, are we accommodating a sea level rise with the boardwalk, with the design?
Yeah, are you doing any projections and then like translating that into the design?
I can speak about that. So we do have projections through one of our city engineers who works with our watershed and our floodplains, right? So I've seen those, but I haven't translated that into this boardwalk. my understanding is it would be, but I can officially answer that and address that. That's a suggestion.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Good, thanks. Reed, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I think that would be great. I'm curious now, actually. I hadn't thought about it, but with you have king tide impacts on your boardwalk currently. And how sea level rise may impact that. And then I guess I spent a lot of time jacketing piles or working on projects like this, and it seems like maybe you should consider like full replacement potentially, or at least work with your consultants to figure out how much more it would be to fully replace it, and the mitigation through the Sailor Sea Nearshore program calculator for the different options of repair and replacement. So the amount of work required to repair this and the longevity, you may consider going to steel piles.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
So when we worked with KPF, I was a consultant, they looked at two, and I didn't speak to that, so I'm looking for guidance, so thank you. There were two options. One, to do the priority repairs. Those repairs will continue the lifespan for at least 20 years for the boardwalk. That's funding. And two was a replacement, and that was like 8 million, which there was no funding mechanism. There's none at all for 8 million. So would it be helpful to speak about that in the update?
I think it would. Yeah, I think it would. It would be helpful to speak about that, and then to think about if you haven't already worked, if your consultant hasn't already kind of put this project to the SNAP calculator for what the mitigation costs would be. That would be something to consider too. When you're extending the life of an overwater structure like this, you can get into some major mitigation costs if you're not pulling the creosote out of the water. So,
and what was the calculator called? Just because I'm not familiar.
It's called the SSNP SNAP calculator, and it's National Marine Fisheries. It's how they quantify impacts from overwater structures.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Good, thanks, Reed. I was curious about the pilings too. And if they're not being replaced, how long? Because they look pretty rough shape. Like, how much life do they have left? If we're making a big investment on the upper structure, how long are the piles going to last to hold that up? So.
Speaking about how long, by the way, I'm making sure I'm hearing this correctly. Speaking about how long the pilings would last with repairs, but epoxy, the wrapping and filling would be helpful.
Yes. Yes.
Got it.
Other thoughts and suggestions?
Have you conducted any cultural resources or budgeted for that?
We are in this one, not to my knowledge, not for cultural resources.
Yeah, and then alongside that, have you, the Suquamish or your neighbors there, and if you work with their biologists, I know they're pretty active in nearshore habitat kind of work. So I'd recommend reaching out to the Suquamish at least.
They're great partners. Thank you.
Jeff, I think at one point you mentioned that this connects two parks. There's like American Legion but I didn't see American Legion like on the map. Anyway, it just might be nice. That's something you could show and you could highlight as another benefit of this facility.
That's a really good idea. I can actually show like you saw all the folks gathered at Waterfront Park. I can show a similar image with less people though at American Legion. The playgrounds that are there, or playground that's there. That's just an overhead, but not an on version.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if it was like right here or down a little further, or like where exactly is American Legion. Like I'm familiar with this big park here, but anyway. Other suggestions or thoughts?
This is Chris. Possibly, there was a few pictures of what it looks like under the boardwalk. I luckily live just south of here, so I'm able to go up and check this out occasionally, and it's got pretty unique habitat underneath. It might be worth talking about it a little bit. I mean, there's a couple different wetland vascular plants. There's pickleweed, there's fucus, I think there's some carrick. There's quite a it's kind of surprising what's under there. And a lot of times it's growing between the boardwalk and the seawall. Um, and I'm kind of hopeful that like with some light permeating grading in there that you'll actually get some growth under the boardwalk as well. And so that might be worth talking about. Some of that is tidal elevation related, and replacing the boardwalk won't change the tidal elevation, but might just be worth talking about the uniqueness of the shoreline underneath there. I can't remember if it's a forage fish beach there. I know, further south is down at Oyster Plant Park, but yeah, it couldn't hurt to talk a little bit about some of the biology in the area.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Other thoughts?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, we have just a couple extra minutes. You have a question?
One question. It was mainly pacing and making sure I didn't crowd so spending enough time on certain where the higher points are. That was some of the feedback I had in a different grant presentation. Were you getting enough information on each of the slides where you weren't overwhelmed? And you're able to digest it.
Yeah, sounds like yes. You were moving a little fast, I thought, and anyway, so you could slow down just a bit. You had 3.5 minutes to spare, so you have a little time to work with. You could slow down just a little bit. There were a few moments where you kind of, for me, it might have faded in and out a little bit. It could have been just my audio. But it sounds like you hit all the criteria, and I don't see anything from the committee that like you didn't think you missed anything. So, well, I think more photos of people using it. I mean, the Vikings are great, but also just, as the weather gets nice and people get out there, before you come back in August, get some more people using pictures of people using the boardwalk, and also the beach, because you mentioned the access down to the beach is important. And if so show that, right, that folks are using to get down there and go whatever they're doing, if they're just looking for crabs and whatever it might be. Reed.
Jeff, I'm just looking at the shoreline photo viewer, and it looks like it could just be distortion, but it looks like the end of the boardwalk near the beach access stairs kind of goes up, and I'm wondering if it's ADA accessible, and if it's not, if you have plans to modify it to be accessible.
The goal would be, I don't think I have a good photo. Thinking through this right now.
Where that was?
No, go up. No, I don't think I actually have a. Oh wait, yes, go down. I know exactly. Okay, so if you look at the bottom left photo right there, where it goes down to the water, but look at the rail that goes into the trees. It's that slope right there.
Yeah, I can't tell from here, but it's actually the one that goes to the south from that landing from the top of the stairs. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, the only one I could think of would be right there. Otherwise, it's fairly consistent from memory. But yes, our goal would be to make sure it be accessible. We have an opportunity to do so we should.
Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you all. This is really helpful feedback. Appreciate all your time on this and helping everybody else.
Yeah, good. Sure. See you in August.
All right.
All right. Let's see if this presentation launches better. There we go. Heading over the east side all the way to Spokane for our last presentation of the day. Hey, Nick, you presenting this one?
I am. Thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah, you're welcome. And I can pass controls over to you if you would like.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead and click on the screen and make sure that works. Yep.
Cool.
Looking good. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Right on. Well, hey, everybody. My name is Nick Hammett. I'm with the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation Division, here to present the Iron Bridge River Gateway project. Hopefully, I don't lull you to sleep before you're done. So the point of this project for us. The goal is to develop one new non-motorized recreational water access point to the Spokane River within the Spokane's University District. This would significantly enhance river access upstream of the Spokane Falls. We request RCO grant funding from the ALEA category in the amount of $500,000, which is approximately 26% of the estimated project cost. Additional grant funds are being requested through the WWRP Water Access Program, and remaining matching funds are being appropriated through local capital dollars. The project is located within the city of Spokane. This is Washington State's second most populous city, and at the time of the 2020 census, our population was approximately 230,000. The project site is within the city's east central neighborhood, or east central portion of the city, I might say. It's within the city's Logan neighborhood and the University District. So the University District is that blue line you see there, and the Iron Bridge River Gateway project is in the red and yellow dots. The project is intended to become part of the Spokane River Water Trail, which is currently comprised of 29 boat access points along 111 miles of the Spokane River. This looks like a lot. This is just the entire Spokane River, so this is greatly extended from the city of Spokane. So this is from the Spokane River Forum's website that sort of indicates all regional launch locations. Really, the area that's within the service of the city of Spokane is in that red box that you see on the screen there. So a very small section of the water trail. And within the focus, we really focus on the urban stretch of the system within the city boundary. If you zoom into the city of Spokane, I think this starts to get at the scale a little bit better. You can see 8 existing boat launches throughout the city's limits. Within this area, there are really 2 distinct river reaches, or sort of an upriver section and a downriver section that are separated by Spokane Falls. Spokane Falls, of course, is in the heart of our downtown. That's the red dot on the screen. First, I'll walk you through the lower reach, which is comprised of 4 existing developed launches, all downstream of the falls. For those of you that may not be familiar, this is an image of the Spokane Falls themselves. They're a dramatic feature for us, and they represent a barrier that traditionally salmon could not pass beyond. This was the farthest upstream they could get. So just below those natural falls is the Monroe Street Dam facility, which further disconnects sort of our upper and lower reaches of the river, and it creates a distinct character within each upper and lower reach. So the lower reach, so below the dam, is characterized by high volume urban waterfalls and whitewater rapids. Rapids can form at flows of above 10,000 CFS even. This is great water for rafting and fishing for rainbow and red band trout. This is Ribby the red band, our local Spokane Indians mascot. As you can see here, the lower reach has received substantial previous investment in boat launches, with 4 new launches in the last decade, mostly for canoeing, kayaking, rafting, and drift boating. So that lower reach, which you saw as sort of the wilder section of the river, has a lot of developed launches. And the upper reach, which is where our project is located, just a little upstream of that, is accessed by 4 existing launches. And they're in various conditions, and they've received significantly less investment than the lower reach. So this project site, which is the green dot, is actually on a lesser served portion of the river. The upper reach is characterized by relatively calm, flat water suitable for leisure and recreational paddling. This image is a short paddle from the proposed project location. Riverbank locations along this stretch of the river are almost all previously disturbed, with many still overgrown, either overgrown or with non-native vegetation, or they're eroding due to the social river access and slope down to the water. So give you a couple examples of existing launches close to the project location. This is one of the 4 existing launches that serve this reach of the river. This is the last point you can take your boat out before you ride over the dam. So you definitely want to get out here. It's, another view looking upstream. Now, if you go to the uppermost portion of the upper reach, the the favored launch of community has been closed for a number of years due to its location close to an active hydroelectric facility and an airport. So this is not a location that anymore provides any sort of reliable access. So we're missing access on this upper reach of the river. And as a result of that, the nearest access to our project site is actually an unimproved river access location that's accessed by both individuals and organized groups. And while it's a fairly flat aspect, this is also served by an adjoining parking area that requires payment for parking. So it creates a paywall barrier for users, and it definitely prohibits full access. Though the amount of use we see in this location clearly indicates the need for water access in this portion of the city. Overall, the upper reach of the Spokane River water access is generally quite limited. This is a view from the Centennial Trail near a downtown hotel. Visually and physically, you can see the access is limited there. And where we do have good visual access on the upriver reach, there is often a significant grade change which limits access. In these locations, we commonly see that sort of unauthorized social access trail down to the water. These social access trails damage shoreline and are dangerous for users. They do, however, illustrate that public desire to access the water in this area. Now, the need for more water access on the upper reach of the river is documented in 2 local plans. The 2022 Park Plan specifically identified developing additional water access points as a Tier 1 community priority, and the upriver reach was identified as the river stretch in most need of that improvement. As we keep zooming in on that reach, the South Logan TOD plan, which was adopted in 2024, called to maximize riverfront connection, open space, and access to the river. Specifically, it recommended working with the Parks Department and partners to improve the west side of the Iron Bridge to activate and enhance those areas. Which leads us to the project itself. So the project proposes improving 1 new non-motorized boat launch for the use of canoers, kayakers, stand-up paddleboarders, and small rafts to deliver on those plan recommendations and community desires. The proposed Iron Bridge access is located next to the Iron Bridge and the Centennial Trail in a legacy industrial zone that is gradually converting to collegiate and residential uses. This is a photo of the Iron Bridge, namesake for the boat access, and it's an existing local trail immediately adjacent to the proposed new water access. The proposed access itself is represented by the star in this image and some more. This is a view to that river access from the Iron Bridge Trail. Now, looking at the boat launch location from the bridge, you can see it's heavily vegetated today, mostly with non-native invasive willow, but also with some native species. Once you get down to the water in that location, users will be able to access this relatively flat stretch of water. So if you turn around from the river and you look back toward the roadway and the Centennial Trail, you'll see both, which pass directly adjacent the site and continue through existing industrial property to our local universities and on. As noted before, the Centennial Trail passes directly adjacent the site, which provides good pedestrian connection for future improvement. Looking north, you can see the trail, a mix of housing development and industrial uses near the river, which is just off the screen to the right. And right across the water on the other side of the proposed launch, you see a number of apartment homes which have recently been constructed. You can see the Iron Bridge there right on your right. Also near the project are a number of local retail businesses, including No Lie Brewing, which sits on the western shore of the river, south of the Iron Bridge. And the river is completely inaccessible other than visually in this location. Businesses even has barriers and signage that say, you know, keep away from the river. Kind of interesting. Now, the Iron Bridge water access will allow for organizations and individuals to safely access this flat stretch of the Spokane River, allowing more use like this full moon float that was organized by the Spokane Riverkeeper and actually launched from that unimproved access we showed earlier in slides. So as we focus back in on the site, just another view at that proposed river access. The entire stretch offers relatively flat water, which makes this site supremely suitable for kayaks, canoes, and paddleboards. It's already being accessed and traversed here, and adding an improved water access ramp protects the adjacent habitat while preventing erosion and providing needed access. Its location near local businesses offers the opportunity for river users to pull out of the river at this point and get some food and drink if they so desire. As we look at the design specifically, first and foremost, this project provides a 15-foot wide access ramp that's graded to a slope of approximately 11%, with a secondary meandering ADA access represented in the red dashed line to give you a comfortable 5% slope to get down to the water. The primary ramp is gated to limit vehicular back down to authorized users and vendors, but still allows easy carry of boats from the nearby parking. Second, you see Superior Avenue is the local access roadway that moves through this area. We propose to create 2 cul-de-sacs in this location with approximately 18 car parks, including several parking locations for trailers. This change enhances parking capacity while reducing vehicular speed and improving pedestrian access while eliminating conflict with traffic. Third, the project proposes enhancing a connection to the Centennial Trail and Iron Bridge trails to the site. So that enhances connectivity to adjacent homes and regional trails, and also provides a dedicated pedestrian access across Superior Avenue. So from a top-down view, the project does remove non-native invasive vegetation and replace that with vegetation that is suitable endemic plantings recommended by our project biologists. And those areas are highlighted in red here. The city has worked with professional landscape architects, a biologist, a park planning department to generate the project costs. The budget includes construction and soft costs. The project designs and costs also include agency comments from the shoreline conditional use permit process, which further increases our cost estimate accuracy. So if grant funding is awarded, we expect the project to be bid ready by the end of 2027 and begin construction in 2028. Now, as far as for engagement methods, we had a pretty successful riverfront park bond that's implemented a few years ago. And after that, we completed a new extensive public outreach process for an updated park plan. Recognizing the need to improve our park service throughout the city, we asked the community to weigh in on those priorities, connecting with over 5,300 citizens at 26 plus engagement opportunities. The engagement was conducted in 7 different languages via statistical survey, online mapping, convention open houses, neighborhood meetings, and even pop-up events in parks. The process even won the Community Involvement Award from the Washington APA. The resulting plan identified developing additional water access points as a first-tier community priority for investment in the park system, which is why we're here. So since the completion of that plan, the Spokane River Forum and Spokane Parks have held several community meetings and stakeholder meetings to develop this project. Through these meetings, the community informed both the program elements within the project and the physical location of those elements, yielding the current plan. We've also begun the initial consultation process with the Spokane Tribe of Indians and the Department of Ecology. The project was initiated by the Spokane River Forum in response to community desire and need, and is being collaboratively implemented by both the River Forum, the University District, and Spokane Parks. In fact, the River Forum and University District have funded all of the design work and environmental study for the project to this point, which totals approximately $50,000. This is due to our existing partnership between the groups and is also part of an ongoing program of investment in opening community access along the Spokane River. It's supported locally by Vista Utilities, the River Forum, the Logan Neighborhood Council, Gonzaga University, and a number of local citizens. So we look forward to investing in the city's next access to improve access to our river. So in summary, the citizens of Spokane have long desired access to access the river more fully. And over the past decade, Spokane Parks and our partners have made pretty good progress to improve access on the lower reach, but not on the upper. So while that access is excellent, lower down the river, the upper reach is really in significant need of access improvements, and it does represent the location where we can provide great ADA access to the water. So local funds have been secured, and with grant funding provided by RCO, we look forward to delivering this water access improvement to our community. And that's it for me.
Great. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. All right. Feedback from the committee. Heather, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Great presentation. I don't know if it's because you're the last one of the day, but I found myself sort of wondering what the actual scope of the project was, and just until the scope slide on 27 came up. I would suggest maybe just giving a good succinct overview in the very, very beginning, because you sort of launch into the overview of the area without, I just didn't really know what was happening when all those other slides were occurring. So I think that would be a good set the stage for us in the beginning. And then also, I just noticed you had 35,000 for cultural resources. We've talked about that all day today, especially being along the river. That just seems a little low. Maybe, I don't know if you've gotten bids already, but just double check that.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Heather. Cindy, go ahead.
Hi, Nick. Great presentation. I just had a question about, you're talking about how you really need these access points. And I've turned into kind of a crazy paddle boarder myself, so I'm always looking as well. Do you think you have enough parking for the kind of, just something to think about? I'm sure you did an assessment, but I just wondered if I see 19 spots, kind of a combination of cars and cars with trailers. I just wonder, are you anticipating correctly for that? It might need some extra space, or maybe there's some adjacent parking that's not listed here.
Thanks for that. I think we can clarify that. Yeah, we aren't providing enough with the 19 to probably meet all of our peak use, but we have a number of providers that actually service these facilities. So we would expect like tours where, you have somebody with a trailer that comes and drops a number of kayaks and boats off for folks. And we do have parallel parking up and on both sides of the street sort of leading to these. So I can do a better job of highlighting that as we move forward. So I think there's more capacity than maybe what we're showing here.
Okay, great. Maybe just mention that in the final so that we can go, oh, okay, you've thought about it. So thanks so much.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, if you have additional street side parking in either direction, that helps.
Sure thing.
Yeah, interesting. Creating a street end and basically converting it to like a little trailhead, essentially. So
yeah, it took some doing with the fire department to get them to buy off on that, but they're on board. So
yeah, I'll bet. Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
Other thoughts, committee? Nick and ALEA, you actually have 20 minutes for your presentation. You did this in like 13, so I think you're probably thinking like water access. So you could slow down a little in ALEA.
I had no idea we had so much time, if that's the case.
Yeah, it makes.
Just wanted to get you out of here.
Well, I appreciate that, but it makes it a little tricky when you're matching ALEA and water access because you have sort of similar presentations, but slightly different questions, different timeline. Anyway, you were ripping through pretty good. You covered it all, but you can slow down a bit. And if there's anything else you want to add, you've got a little time.
Thank you.
Oh, with a little bit more time, Carl, I'll throw one more thing in there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I don't know this area super well, but I'm curious. You showed a picture of the kind of the location where the ramp would be, and a lot of invasive invasive vegetation was there. When I looked at the picture, I thought, that looks like a pretty nice site. Maybe in the restoration plan, you can kind of detail a little, even a little more, like, what's going to be removed. I don't know. I guess you did say it's above an anadromous, but like you said, there's quite a few resident fish there. Potential biologic impacts of, removing the vegetation, adding the concrete ramp in. Is there any concern with current or velocity and the concrete ramp? Like, I haven't worked on boat ramps in relatively larger rivers like this that also don't have anadromous fish. So maybe, are there any permitting challenges to this type of work at all? Maybe you can touch on those a little bit in the next round.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that, Chris. I know we've been working with Haley Aldrich to help us understand, what vegetation is appropriate to preserve and what vegetation is appropriate to be removed. And so I think we can detail that in a little bit more. And if there's any impacts to the construction activity. So thanks for that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Other thoughts? All right. Well, thank you, Nick. Thanks, committee. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. We'll see you in August. All right. Well, if advisory committee, you want to hang out for just a minute, we can wrap up. But that brings us to the end of day one of our 2026 Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account technical review of project applications. We'll be back again tomorrow for another, slightly more than a half day. So